This round will be remembered for many a year to come. None less than 7 of the 8 matches in the open section finished with a direct qualifier to the quarterfinals. Magnus No Mercy Carlsen defeated Ivanchuk for the second time and will now face Gukesh, one of the 3 Indian players who have already qualified. The fourth, Vidit, will dispute the only tiebreak scheduled tomorrow in the open section against Nepomniachtchi. Local hero Abazov, cheered on by many fans in Baku, will face the winner of this tiebreak. Pragnaanda will take on its good friend Erigaisi after both of them got the better of Burks and Gwendelius, while Caruana will be paired against his teammate Dominguez. He prevailed over the Sochi 2021 World Cup winner Duda. In the women's section, the comeback hero of the day was Shuvalova. In a must-win situation, luck was on her side. Salimova missed a few wins and will now have to play the tiebreak tomorrow. Goryachkina, Harika, Muzychuk and Paehtz will also tiebreak, while Tanjong-Yi secured a draw, eliminating Potenashvili and securing the first semi-final spot. Greetings from Baku. The 5th round is reaching the climax. Today, we are going to enjoy this afternoon, in 30 minutes, the tiebreaks. In the women's section, the main match will be Harika against Goryachkina. Which of the two will qualify for the semi-finals? It's all up for grabs. But in the open section, the main match of the day will be Vidit against Nepomniachtchi. 2 incredibly strong players. One of the best Indian players against the contender for the World Championship. Whoever wins here will qualify for quarterfinals. Stay tuned to the YouTube channel and come along if you're living in Baku to witness the action here in the Marriott Hotel.
Welcome back, everyone. A warm greetings from Baku, Azerbaijan. Today is the tiebreak day of round 5 of the open section and the tiebreak day of the women's section for the quarterfinal. And I'm still with my friend Irina Krush, and today we will see 4 matches from these 4 matchups, 1 from open and 3 from women's section. So what is your take about today, Irina?
Yeah, I'm so excited for today as we get further into the tournament. Obviously, there's so much at stake for the players, and today, especially for the women, since 3 of these 4 ladies are going to be getting themselves a spot in the candidates tournament. You know, for the winners of today, you know, there's a very good chance they're going to be in the candidates. And we have Elizabeth Paehtz playing against Anna Muzychuk today. They made 2 draws in their classical games. Goryachkina and Dronavali also made 2 draws. And the match between Salimova and Shuvalova was a bit more decisive, with each one of them getting a win. So yeah, super excited for another day of tiebreaks.
Yes, yes, and we see on the screen right now the tournament table for the open section. So most of the players already set for the next round, except Nijat Abbasov is still waiting for the winner between Vidit versus Nepomniachtchi, and they're going to play the tiebreak today. Yeah,
I mean, obviously you have to consider Nepo a favorite in this match. He's very good at these rapid time controls, and it's interesting to see actually what Vidit is going to start with on his first move, because I was taking a look at his games, and even in this tournament, he's actually been very versatile, starting with both 1 e4 and 1 d4, almost equally. And so he hasn't tried d4 yet against Nepo, but his e4 and his play against Nepo's Petrov in their first classical game was actually quite successful, because he used a new idea at the top level on move 10, and it worked out quite well for him in the opening.
Yes, exactly. And I need to make a big shout out to my friend Sagar Shah, who pointed out that regardless what happened, India will have another qualifier for the candidate.
That's right. There's going to be at least one.
At least one.
Right, because you know, Prague is playing Arjun, and one of them will move forward. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And wow, that's another history for Indian chess. Congratulations, because so far there is only one that has ever played in the candidates, that is Vishy Anand, and soon India will have another player that's going to play into the candidates. It's a very good achievement.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they're having so many milestones. You know, I know there's like a list of like who's the current new Indian grandmaster, right? It's like up to like 70 or something.
Yes, yes, exactly.
And you know, now that India has hosted the Chess Olympiad, they're getting more events in India. Of course, it does make sense that there's going to be a new young player in the candidates, and that's actually super exciting.
And we see on the screen Muzychuk already on the chair and facing Elizabeth Paehtz. This match is also going to be interesting because even though their first game was quite equal and then it ended with a draw, but their second game was actually full of some roller coaster there, because at some point Anna was leading, and then Anna make another mistake and Elizabeth could equalize it.
Yeah, their second game featured a study like Zugzwang in a bishop endgame that I do recommend you guys. If you haven't seen it, you might want to see it. It took us a while to understand it. It was actually quite deep. Not an obvious idea that Anna or Elizabeth missed at all. And the question here, is Anna going to be going for the same line of the Sicilian that occurred in their first game? She played e4, and Elizabeth went for this c5 and this e6, knight of 6, knight c6 Sicilian that has become popular recently. She did quite well out of the opening, so I feel like based on that game, Anna is the one who needs to make some changes or improvements.
Yep. And players are already starting to arrive on their board. I think most of the players are already on the stage. And since we only have 4 matches today, all the games are being played on the stage. So it's even easier for us to see the expressions of the players, because if they are reaching the shorter time control, like the second section for the rapid, for example, it's 10 minutes, or even in the Blitz, you know, it would be more interesting to watch, because not only what's happening on the board, but also their facial expressions. Sometimes, you know, we could already tell even without seeing the position.
Yeah, we see Nepo arrive in a very comfortable look. It looks like a nice sweatshirt he's got on. And yeah, we're going to see if Vidit is going to go for e4 or d4 in their game. We also got Nurgul Salimova and Polina Shuvalova, who played maybe the most dramatic game yesterday that resulted in Polina's win. And Nurgul is taking the white pieces in the first game. She had a quite successful game in the Queen's Gambit, so I guess Shuvalova might be changing things up there.
Yeah. I think I would predict like most of the players, they have their own rapid repertoire. They may or may not repeat what they already did in the standard games, but we'll see. We will see if there are any surprises. And I think we will soon have a liftoff and the games begin.
All right, so first move for Vidit is going to be what? Well, he's actually taking
e4.
He still sticks to e4, and we are going to see another Petrov. Yeah, so I guess Nepo made some improvements on that. We will see how far they go into the game that occurred between them in the first classical game. So far, they're following that game. Bishop d3, bishop d6 occurred. Let's actually make these moves on the board. Bishop d6, castles, and here Vidit played c4. He is sticking with that, c6, and it went queen c2, h6, and c5. So the first, I believe no, so far it's still the same. Queen c2, yeah, bishop f5.
Yeah, I think it's still by the book. But we saw from their game, the last game they played, Vidit was better. So I'm sure Nepo has another move in mind. I'm sure their seconds have worked very hard, you know, to prepare them for this match.
Yeah, and I see something already going a little bit differently because on move 10, so okay, White did not push the pawn. Oh, actually, White did push the pawn to c5, but first he threw in the move a3, which he didn't do in their other game. So after bishop f5, let's get it updated. Queen c2, knight a6, okay, a3 to stop knight b4, and c5, bishop b8. Let's catch up with the board. a3, and, oh, probably h6 was played, right? It's a little hard to tell from this angle. What move could Black have played here? It looks like his pawn is on h7, so it's not that move.
Yeah.
There's something on g6. I think the bishop went to g6. And then c5, bishop b8. C5, bishop b8.
And rook e1.
Rook e1 is already there.
And f5.
The knight's actually on d2 and f5. Okay, I think we've caught up. Okay, quite an interesting position.
And knight c7.
Knight c7. Yeah, I definitely... Well, actually, so what move did White play here?
Oh, it's not knight d2. It's knight c3 to e2.
Oh, okay, that's where we lost that tempo. Okay, so he played knight c3, f5, and knight e2. Okay, that actually kind of makes more sense than blocking the bishop. Okay, so then knight c7.
Yep, knight f4.
Knight f4. Interesting that he doesn't go bishop f4.
And bishop e8.
Bishop e8. Okay, well, I can say, yeah, they both seem quite well prepared for this. Has this been seen before?
Yes, it's been played actually quite many times.
Okay, well, it definitely looks like a double-edged position when Black uses these two pawns to support the knights, and he weakens the e5 square. So there's already like a lot of interesting strategic moments implied in this advanced pawn to f5. Okay, let's see if we can get caught up. After knight e5, we actually see that Nepo has moved his pawn to g5,
right?
And
then knight e2. Yep, it's still a game. There are many games also playing in this line.
Many games in this position. Yeah, we're already moved 17, so we're quite far.
After knight e2, knight e6, and f3, yes, still kind of like theory. Wow.
Wow.
This is such
move
a nice
18,
move, yeah.
Move 18, and we're still not in uncharted waters, yeah? Okay, so he goes queen f6, so there's like a piece sacrifice, but obviously you can't take this knight because after pawn takes, the f file opens up and queen f2 comes, and then you lose your rook on e1.
Well, unless you take and then just play knight g3, yeah, and then just give it up.
Yes, you could take the knight and then immediately give up your knight, so for example, like this.
But d4 is also hanging, so yeah. But you could take takes and knight g4. Wow. And I think he's doing it.
Okay, okay. Both players, I mean, they're over 25 minutes, so like even though we're now in move 20, it's still preparation, guys. Amazing how much preparation goes into these games. So knight g4 on the board.
Queen g6 is usually the move unless Ian makes some improvement.
So we're still in theory.
We're still in theory.
Is this played amongst like top level players? It must be, right? Because like
some grandmasters play it, but not really in the among the top. So queen g6, bishop takes e4. Yes, this is still theory. Queen takes e4, and there will be lots of trades. It will keep taking, takes, and then now, after d takes e4, now White has a few options. Bishop e3, knight c3. So, and both looks very natural. Bishop e3 looks more natural actually because you are defending d4.
Yeah, so let's try to understand actually. I mean, because we've kind of passed through the whole middle game to arrive in this end game, right? And what kind of an end game is this? So Black has the two bishops. White has the backwards pawn. On the other hand, you know, Black still has to do a little bit of work at improving their pieces, like this bishop is blocking the rook in the corner. And this pawn could be a bit weak, I suppose, right?
Knight c3.
Knight c3 is on the board. He just immediately captures the pawn on d4. And White is probably going to be playing rook takes e4 here.
Or bishop g5.
Oh, maybe he takes the other pawn. Oh.
No, he takes this one.
Whoa.
And
Knight
then-
e4 and knight c2. I did not
Nice.
think this fork was going to be allowed. It's incredible. Wait, we're like move 25. It's still they're still playing their preparation.
Bishop d2, and now Ian starts thinking, because normally you take on g5. So this is something.
So finally, like the new move was that we took on e4. That was the novelty.
No, the new move is bishop d2.
Oh, okay.
So after
even this.
knight takes e4, knight c2, and bishop d2.
Yeah,
Usually
okay.
people take on g5.
So novelty on move 25. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's funny how the game looks so exciting, right? There's like a piece sacrifice involved, and then you just find out the players know all of this. It's all been played,
Yep.
right? That definitely takes some of the fun out of it. All right, but let's see. They've arrived at a completely new position. I was certainly surprised that this fork was allowed. So there's an exchange sack that Vidit is doing. And I mean, I guess he's really relying on these two knights to be powerful and have some ideas, actually, maybe checkmating that king. Now that I look at this position, maybe after knight takes a1, we're not maybe even recapturing the knight immediately, but maybe even making a move like bishop c3, threatening knight h6 checkmate. And yeah, I can see why, you know, Jan is finally stopping to think. It's actually quite a good illustration of how far theory is going for the top players these days.
Right.
So how is he going to stop this checkmate? I mean, it's not just the checkmate. It's also like this check is also quite annoying.
Yeah. The most interesting thing is top players also use some sources from correspondent games, because some of the games you cannot find it in databases because it's just like the games that are being played on the board. But correspondent games, they have very high quality because, well, you take pretty much like a day or more for just one move, so you kind of like analyze it. So I think this is also one of the preps, and there is one I found correspondent games taking on g5, and now we can tell that Ian is stopping after bishop d2, so it's definitely not the one that he's seen so far. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So let's see what's
Well, first he has to decide which rook he's going to take, right? Because he can actually take the one on e1 as well.
that's
And
true.
there is a point, like maybe like if there's bishop c3, you could also like if you're going to lose the knight, maybe you could even like throw that in just to kind of block the f file. But the main question is like, so how are we stopping this checkmate? Like it could be a rook move that allows us to go to f8. I mean, I have to say the position is quite difficult to navigate, and I feel like if this is Vidit's prep and he knows what he's doing and Nepo doesn't, then he has some kind of advantage. Let's just try the move. Let's just try the move rook f4. I mean, seems quite possible attacking those two knights.
Just take on e1, yeah?
Yeah, maybe just take on e1, so we finally get the exchange back. Now we're still threatening a check winning your bishop, like that. Well, I mean, I suppose we could even take a look at rook takes g4. So he actually did go for the rook on e1. Yes. And if we take on the knight on g4, knight f6 and king f7, it continues to be like a balanced position. Now you can take either the rook back or you can take, okay, he took back on e1 immediately, so he didn't throw in. Yeah, if you take this way, that's a problem. By the way, I should point out that there is this tactic, and black emerges up in exchange.
Oh, you can take the g4 rook instead of e8.
Ah, you can take this way, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. It's hard to say, like, is white actually better? Because with these pawns on both sides of the board, black also has something. It could still be, I mean, obviously white is not worse. Probably white is better, but it's still a game.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look. He goes for rook takes e1
Yeah, so
and h5.
h5 is the best move. And white has a few options here. You can go knight h6, you can go knight e f6. Yeah, but I think, Ian already on his own right now.
Yeah, he still doesn't seem, he doesn't seem very uncomfortable. He seems, he seems okay, actually, like he's handling this, this novelty pretty calmly. And Vidit thinks a little bit, goes knight h6.
So where does the king go?
Well, the king can go to g7. How about g7?
King g7. Yeah. So Vidit is not afraid that that knight might not get back.
Well, I suppose he wants to play bishop takes g5 and guard it. But I admit that this looks a little bit strange because right now I'm not exactly seeing, like, okay, where is white's attack coming from, right?
No, you can take it with the knight, no?
Oh, you can even take it with a knight.
And then knight e6.
And knight e6 is a threat. Okay, so if I take, I'm basically going to wind up down a pawn, yeah? I'm going to be down a pawn, and you're going to be, well, maybe even more than that.
Maybe more than because e8.
Yeah,
then.
also e8 is going to hang.
And
so.
then, yep.
Well.
King g7.
Yeah, king g7, and if I take, there's still, actually still some tricks, right? There's always this kind of trick.
Wow, already on the first game that we are seeing today, it's very interesting.
So king g7 and knight g5 on the board. So white has a pawn for the exchange. He's got like a big fort coming up. And I guess bishop d7 runs into rook e7.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, so we kind of have that check, wanting to get the bishop and out on this move. I mean, perhaps this is just like a promising position for white. I mean, because white's also going to win the pawn on b7. Right? I mean, I don't think that they can really... they actually also had this move. We always have to kind of look at that one.
Yeah, bishop d7 shouldn't be moved.
Yeah. Okay, so after knight g5, how are you stopping this fork with knight e6?
I was thinking, like, could bishop f4 work, and after knight e6?
King h6. That's interesting.
Or something like... Actually,
but then I'd take an f4, right?
Oh, king g6.
Okay, he went to g6. So he is avoiding that fork. And, you know, of course, the knight's placement on h6 is highly unusual, right? Because it might have a hard time coming out. I mean, it feels like maybe Vidit is on his own, too, as well, right? Now, obviously, his prep went a bit further than Nepo's, but I think it's ended by now.
Yeah, but king g6 is such a natural move to make as well. You just want to...
Well, yeah, okay, when he went rook e7, I was also
e7.
thinking about rook e6. But he went rook e7. Okay. So he wants to pick up the pawn, or does he have some trickier ideas like knight e6 next? Actually, knight e6 looks like it could be very annoying. Right, because there's like rook g7 ideas, plus you're attacking the rook, which doesn't really have a lot of places to move. So I kind of like rook e7.
Right. I think Vidit is still in the preparation because usually in this type of position, your first instinct is to go rook e6, but he's played rook e7 quite an instant. So nice preparation by both.
Yeah, it's almost move 30.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, so what can be done here? There is this bishop f4 idea. In general, like developing the bishop and getting a trade wouldn't be bad, and that's actually what Nepo goes for, yes. And also then these knights get destabilized. So after bishop f4, oh wow. Well, this is a crazy line, right? So this must be his preparation, because, or at least like he's seen this, because there's just no way like you can make any of these moves so fast. Like here there is an idea. I mean, it's quite incredible, I have to say. The idea is this, and you want to get a pawn checkmate.
That's so nice.
I mean, wow, right? It's like, when have you ever seen a construction like that? So, all right. So he goes rook e6. So if I do take on g5, do I just lose or do I have some defense here? I am down like a whole rook.
I think you have to make a h4, yeah?
You gotta go h4.
Yeah, so that your king
and
has
then,
some escape route.
Yeah, and then when I take you, you're gonna are you gonna give up the rook? You might, right?
You might, yeah.
Because then the pawns are equal. At least you can say your king is active. This isn't looking great, but at least there's no pin on that, so you can actually develop it. And it doesn't look too bad for black, but the question is, I think, how to maybe evaluate this move.
Oh, he took. Okay, so
took.
he has this h5, h4 in mind maybe.
All right.
But this is going to be interesting. Like g3 is on the board.
Yeah.
And
G3, that's move 31.
Or maybe Ian missed it? No, he couldn't. He couldn't have missed it. But h5, h4, you should just play it anyway.
So if he goes h4, and here, I mean, I guess we don't have to take the bishop, but yeah, I don't know. Actually, we do. We do have to take the bishop because this is checkmate.
Oh, yeah, well, you have to take the bishop then.
So that's actually quite forced. So let's see. Jan is trying to appreciate this. Look at that. It looks like he's remembering something. So he's got to free up this king. There's another way to do it, which I suppose is rook f6. Actually, there is this move.
And after h4?
And then we think, I was thinking like just king g6. Yeah, like that.
So you have to take on b4, yeah, instead of h4. I mean f4.
Like
Bishop f4.
bishop f4, right. So rook f6 is possible too. It's not like he has just only one move here, right? Yeah. And then you would be...
king g6 has to be
even
played.
king g6, yeah.
And then rook e7, yeah, maybe. But then this knight on h6, is it going to be there
hold
forever?
on. Let's just go back for a second. So g3, the move h4 kind of compels you to give up your rook and f4, right? So it goes in for that position with rook and knight versus rook and bishop. This move tries to give you like more choices because you're up a whole rook. You can afford to give up a bishop, an entire bishop, right?
I understand. You take it with the pawn.
And you take it with the pawn,
And if
then
king g6, f5.
king g6, f5. Well, first of all, you know, there is that, but we're probably going to be worse there.
Yeah, just an extra pawn for white.
So
if you play king g6, f5, and if you play king g7, there is bishop f6.
I have to play
bishop c3, I mean.
right, and then you win, right? So basically, if I go in for this line, that means I have to actually go in for this, which actually looks a bit unpleasant, right? Because I'm trying to get my rook to f8 and pin you.
If king g7, bishop c3 too.
Although I have to say, like even this can be looked at. Like even this, is this so clear? We got bishops of opposite color.
And then after rook f8, then king g7, yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's more clever than what I was planning. But I was planning actually like some kind of a attack on your bishop.
But then bishop c3.
And then I get like a check.
King f2.
And then I was planning to think, obviously I can't go there because it's a checkmate. So I'd have to go to d7. I mean, you still got an initiative.
F5.
And f5, yeah. I mean,
it looks scary.
It's scary.
King g7 is enough.
I agree with you. We don't need to go for that. So, all right, big choice for Nepo now.
And he's done it. He's
gone for h4, right? Or no?
Wait, what is that?
Oh, he did something.
Bishop g6.
He did something completely different.
Oh, bishop g6 is a move.
Ah, okay. He attacks. Yeah, he attacks the knight on h6. Okay, that's a move that we haven't yet gotten to. He attacks this knight. Okay, why not?
So the idea, if you take with the pawn, king h6, and then f5 check, and then just grab this bishop.
Yeah, what we're going to see is, I guess, this line, right? It's actually kind of forced because black must take, and we play f5.
And rook g8.
Rook g8.
And then just king
And
F2 maybe.
yeah, we go king F2. You go king G5.
FG.
And then we're going into a pawn endgame, which looks like it's a draw. Well,
No need. Rook E7 is there.
Okay.
If you take, yeah, that's why, that's
wanna
the
go
reason
here.
of king F2, yes. Rook E7, I think white is better. So you have to go down. You have to go to H7
we
maybe.
we can still think how much better is white in this position. Like rook F6. I feel like we still would need to explore this rook endgame.
King G2.
King G2.
And then you have rook F5 maybe.
Yeah, but you have B4. You know? Maybe, but you know, you just got to figure it out because it's either like a draw right away, right?
Yeah.
And also, so if I would have taken the pawn, you would take, I would take, and that would be a draw. Okay. But on B4, B6, I might be getting my draw, right?
I think I can give a check first on G7. No, B6.
Right here?
Yeah, king, rook G7.
Okay.
And you...
Trying to figure out what you want. What do you want? Oh, you want to go to G6 somewhere? Okay, well, let's figure it out. My king's pretty active.
Okay, let me think. Takes. Yeah, my idea was to take on A7, take on C5, and then rook A5, but you have rook G5 check.
You have some tricky stuff. But yeah, I mean, let's say you go here, here, and... Oh, by the way, I also have these ideas. But then maybe there's A4, you know? Maybe white gets the outside pawn. That's actually kind of sharp. All right, they're going for this line.
Oh, they're going for
They're
this
going
endgame.
for it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty forced. So pawn takes, king H6, F5 on the board.
Then you have to
And-
play rook G8, right?
Well, we're kind of expecting that, but you know, there could be some other moves. Like I wouldn't be shocked if maybe there's even rook F8.
Yeah, rook F8.
Yeah, I mean, there could be rook F8.
No,
He
rook
went
G8.
rook G8.
And king
Okay.
F2. I like this king F2 idea.
Yeah, king F2.
You're not in a hurry to take on G6 anyway.
Because it's actually kind of interesting on rook F8, right? Like here he kind of loses that pawn, doesn't he? But I guess then there's always this idea. Okay, he went for rook G8, the more obvious move. And did Vidit play king F2 already?
No, he's still thinking.
I'm still thinking. But yeah, he doesn't have too much choice about that, right? Unless he wants to go H4 for some reason.
Yeah, that's possible.
To not let
too.
the king out to G5.
H4, king H7, and maybe just give a check, yeah?
Yeah. So if he wants to make a draw, like that could be the way to do it. King H7. Well, the funny thing is you can't really trade the rooks, right? You definitely don't want to do that.
No, you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
Keep the rooks on the board.
No, I think H4 is not a very good move.
King
Yeah,
F2.
king F2.
Yay.
Yeah.
That's a good move.
Okay. So now king G5.
Yep, and you take FG.
Yes. It's funny because this game we're focusing on it so much, but it's going to end soon, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're going to have time to go to the women's games because they're so deep into this game already. So I think we're pretty close to seeing this game end in a draw. So after pawn takes, rook takes,
And a rook E7. I think
rook E7.
it's automatic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, there's no reason for white to trade and play like a worse king and pawn endgame, right? Because his king is going to be more passive. So this would be certainly, you know, it's like unnecessary completely. Like, you know, you could lose an endgame like this, and you'd actually need to calculate something.
Yep.
Like maybe it's a draw. Like I'm not saying 100%, but like I don't know this position, right? But it would be kind of crazy to go for that as white because like white has no winning chances and there's nothing to gain. So white should just be going rook E7.
Wow. Such a beautiful preparation by Vidit.
By both of them, right? I mean, well, Vidit's preparation is beautiful, but yeah, Nepo didn't seem all that concerned.
Yes, but to actually bring the game straight to the end game and also with a slightly better chance in the end game, you know, I think this already like, for me it's a successful preparation.
Well, I think against a lot of players it would work very well. But, you know, Nepo, I guess, has done a lot of work for his World Championship matches and on this Petrov. And, yeah, he navigated it like it wasn't an especially big problem, like all those crazy lines where there was potential checkmates to his king. But, yeah, he was quite calm about it. So I think, you know, we can move on and take a look at some of the other games. For example, the game between Anna Muzychuk and Elizabeth Paehtz is actually looking very interesting. And Anna chose the anti-Sveshnikov move, bishop b5. Not a surprise. She definitely kind of specializes in this Rosalimo variation as well. Elizabeth went for e6. There was a trade. Pawn takes. b3, f6, castles, knight e7, queen e2, knight g6, c3, bishop e7. Okay, white builds up the bigger center, kind of has a more harmonious looking position. Black threatens the skewer over here, so the rook moves away. Knight c3, bishop a6. And yeah, it's quite unbalanced. Actually, it's going to be an interesting position to discuss. Let's see what we got here. Well, white has a bishop that is not that amazing, right, given his pawn structure. Purely visually, like looking at this position, I'm feeling okay for black. And I think we got a couple more moves, actually. White played just knight c5, and they were probably threatening things like a4, which could be annoying. So the bishop took the knight and dc, and so we have a big transformation.
And this d7 pawn. Oh, I don't really like that pawn.
Yeah, you don't like it, right? I agree. I don't like it either until I see that maneuver. And when I see that maneuver, I feel a little bit better about that pawn. You know, guys, this is a backwards pawn. Definitely looks very ugly. Has no chance of ever moving forward. And if it wasn't for this knight being on the board, it would be a big weakness, right? But actually, Elizabeth is counting on the fact that she's going to have this wonderful knight maneuver to d5. And I also like her move a4 because she's stopping this annoying attack, right? So she's making sure her bishop stays established on b5. And actually, I kind of like how this game is developing.
Yep.
I don't know where exactly Anna made some inaccuracy, but it does seem like Elizabeth's position is quite pleasant here, and she has a little bit of an edge on the clock as well.
I agree with you. Yes, I think I don't know what went wrong with Anna because yeah, the position is totally into black's favor.
Yeah, I mean, it seems quite comfortable, right, to be playing this as black. And, you know, once she completes this maneuver is going to be like the next stage of the game because black is going to have to decide which part of the board she wants to play on, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that, I mean, of course the game is not over, and the game is not over because this bishop is not particularly amazing. You know, there's going to be a knight on d5, but like, what's the bishop going to be doing, right? So they've made a couple of moves. After a4, I think she played b4.
Yeah, b4 and then e7.
Yeah, b4, knight e7. So she's closing the queen side. That was kind of a big decision by Anna. And that actually means that black is going to need to win this game on the king side. And we're actually going to see moves like g5 in this game, very likely, if she's given the chance. And maybe, you know, white can sort of hold on because this bishop is not the most relevant piece in the world. By the way, you know what I just realized? There also is this. Like, if you don't like the bishop, maybe, I wonder if she even should have thought about this move. Maybe the bishop could have done an equally good job blockading, but also kind of attacking. And the knight could have done something else, right?
Yeah,
interesting.
That's a good idea. But
I find that to be an interesting idea, guys. But she went for, yeah, I think actually bishop c4 was very much an idea because I think she was just ready for this, and though she went for this automatically. 'Cause she had been planning knight e7, but maybe she didn't realize, like, oh, I have a new idea after the move pawn to b4. That often happens, right? Like, you're not expecting something to be given to you, you don't take that opportunity. But her move knight e7 is quite normal. I really think, though, that white should keep this bishop out of c4.
Yeah, I think that would, to be honest, that would have been a better idea, I would say, because then the knight on d4 will not be able to hit the bishop on b5 anymore if your bishop was on d5. So, yeah, I like that idea, actually.
Okay,
because now
knight d4, knight d5, and queen d2. So, well, we're not so worried about white taking the bishop. I think if they take it, they're stuck with the bad bishop and no real play. But it's just like, it's more of a question of like what this bishop is going to do to help us win the game, right? And I feel like this diagonal doesn't have a whole lot of targets on it the way this diagonal would, right? So I think, you know, from the point of view of black being solid, this is perfectly good. Of course, like white can't really think about winning at this point. But in terms of black winning this game, you might have needed to improve this bishop a little bit more.
Yep.
But I think this is going to be a fascinating game. By the way, let's go on and take a look at Harika Dronavali versus Alexandra Goryachkina. So what did we have? Oh, we had this like symmetric reti. Okay, not a surprise to find either of them, you know, reaching this position. And Harika also plays this as black. So, I mean, wow, completely symmetrical game. Finally, we have a little broken symmetry. It's not the most exciting thing I've ever seen.
And you cannot make any symmetrical there after queen b6.
Yeah.
Queen b3 would have been disaster.
Okay, so Harika is trying to stop Goryachkina from basically continuing the symmetry with that move. And does she have any real edge here because of the little space advantage? She might. But this move, okay, Goryachkina fights back for the space. Very concrete move. It's a pawn sacrifice to get the rook to the second rank. So she's going for the concept of activity, material sacrifice for activity. And what did...
b4.
Yeah, she went b4.
A, and rook b2.
Okay. I mean, intuitively, I feel like there is enough compensation here for the pawn. Like, basically you're saying, this rook is my compensation for the pawn that I sacrificed. And plus, I think we're just getting it back. That kind of helps. But I think Harika might want to look at the move b5 here.
b5, cb.
And I was really thinking about a5.
a5, but there's rook e7, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if I could capture that pawn, I'd have a wonderful a pawn. But you're going to go rook e7, and it looks... It doesn't look like particularly amazing for white. I mean, their rooks are not that good, and the b pawn can be strong, right? So what else can Harika do in this position? Because there is always a little chance to lose, right? Like if you lose a queenside pawn and black has the queenside majority, that is easier to use. That could give black some advantage. Like we saw even Anna Muzychuk using that queenside majority, nearly winning the game yesterday in the bishop endgame. So
what about in this position, we just play, like, is rook d1 a move? Like rook d1, rook b4, and then rook d7 using the same idea.
Yeah. But there's, can I just ask one question before we go into that line? So what happens if I take?
And then you take on a4?
Yeah, and I go bishop c6. Just wanted to take a look at that as a possibility for white.
There might be bishop b3, takes and rook a8. Oh, sorry, the rook is hanging.
I'm thinking maybe rook d8.
Rook d8 and then
Yeah.
double the rook on the second rank.
Yeah, like something like that. But, you know, I feel like we need to still look at this position, right? I mean, like what's happening? I mean, first of all, there is a pin on a8, which...
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling like black should be okay. Like, I'm not saying this is such a big deal, but like, I mean, like from the point of view of you getting a draw, like I do feel like black should get a draw out of this position. So kind of a big decision for Harika. So you're suggesting after b5, right? Or is it?
Or
oh, no,
just
rook
immediately.
d1, right? Yeah, rook d1. So you want to go for activity. Pawn, rook takes pawn and
Rook d7.
Rook d7. So you're basically activating your rook. I mean, I like that concept. Of course, the problem is there's just nothing really in the position, right? I mean, once black got the pawn back,
yes.
black is like absolutely fine. In fact, I have to say that like after bishop e6, right? And then I'm starting to activate from here. I mean, only white can experience problems, right?
Right.
So I feel like Goryachkina's concept with this pawn sack was very good. Just take a look, guys. e5, she basically sees the space advantage, starts challenging it in the most direct way. White has to take, and then we get this queen trade and the infiltration of the rook. So all of that is like very, very smart, and I think the what's going on here is that Harika needs to navigate her way to a draw safely. Yeah, and how is she going to do that? Well, I mean, b5. That's what we looked at, and just get rid of that pawn. That would be my thinking. So you go b5.
b5, c, b, a, b.
Yeah,
and
bishop
then
b7. ba4, and well, you know, you could go basically in this position, you could do one of two moves. You can either do bishop c6 that we looked at, or you could even do rook a4.
And rook d. Oh,
Yeah.
rook b7, rook c4.
Yeah, there, well, I mean, there you still have to, like, you know, defend, because you're not winning this pawn right away, right? So, yeah, my inclination would be, like, if I feel like my opponent has this initiative and I don't really see something very clear, I would just go for the simplification with b5. Are there other moves? I guess you can go rook e4. We can take a look at that.
Rook e4, then just
Bishop d5, right? Like, how does the rook hold both of these guys? I don't really see it. So, I mean, you can choose how you want to give back the pawn, right? But I think I would go for the most, the safest one. All right, let's take a look. Nurgul Salimova. Salimova versus Shuvalova. Okay. It's not the most exciting position I've ever seen. Shuvalova used the Queen's Gambit variation again. Salimova went for something a bit different. And everything got traded. Yeah, this is a very solid line, although white castled queenside, which actually was quite exciting, I would say, for the moment. But then she immediately offers the queen trade, which makes it less exciting. But okay, I guess she thought her knights could be more active. She didn't really work out that way. I don't think there's anything in this position for white, although white has the bishop pair. White does have, yeah, white does have the bishop pair. I was having bishop pair. Bishop pair. Yeah, it's the bishop pair that it's actually the bishop and the knight that I call. White has the bishop advantage over the knight, guys. And, well, yeah, it's not much. It's not much, but
yeah,
but you can still play it, right?
Yep, should be holdable for Polina.
Yeah. So I think out of all these games that we have, the most interesting is definitely the game between Anna Muzychuk and Elizabeth Paehtz. So I think let's just focus on that, because everything else is in an end game, and this is our only middle game left. After queen d2, bishop a6. Yeah, I don't know about that move. I don't know about this move, bishop a6. What do you think that Elizabeth played? Like, why bother even moving the bishop? I personally don't really understand it. I would not consider this a threat. So, okay, bishop a6. Fine. Okay, a3, queen h4, f3, and king h8. Well, yeah, Elizabeth is getting ready to play on the king side. And what move did she just play? She moved
Queen
the
f2.
rook over somewhere.
Queen f2.
And queen h5, right? Of course, she does not want to trade the queens. Okay. It's still a position that is more fun to play for black. But, you know, the thing is with this position is that all the play is still coming up. Like nothing decisive has happened. One thing I can say, though, is that her time advantage over Anna could be important because it's not a lot of time for Anna to navigate either. And given that Anna's position, like she doesn't really have a plan, her only plan is like trying to stave off like this progress on the king side that Black wants to make. It's definitely tricky to be white here. Yeah, I mean, this knight is a beast. Outposts in the center for the knights are very strong. And also, I mean, this poor bishop with like all these pawns.
Are you thinking of playing g4 or g5 here and then, I don't know. Actually, king h8, I'm not sure about that move because obviously you can play anything.
That's fine. I think she's just making space for her rooks. I think it's all right. The question is, you know, she's not going to want to put the pawn there right away because maybe things get closed. I think she's going to need to make more improvements of those rooks. So does she put 1 on the g file or 2 on the g file? And the thing is for white, like the only active plan, what did she just do?
Bishop b2, I guess.
Bishop b2, yeah? Is it F? Did Lizzie play f4?
Bishop b2 and then...
I think f4.
f4, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is that for white is like their extra pawn is on the queen side, but playing that move is first of all difficult. Second of all, not really clearly productive because I'm pretty happy to give up my bishop for this knight in the trade. And this knight is going to be a lot better than this guy. So f4 I think makes sense. And the idea is that once you finally go to g4, the white cannot move past you, cannot keep things closed. So I think what we're going to see is like something like that. You try to stop me, I'll move my queen back and eventually like start pushing these pawns.
Yeah, definitely it's easier to play with Black here. There's so many ideas to toss around. And rook a d1.
Yeah.
Trying to make sense that move.
Oh, I don't think, you know, there's a huge point behind it when you get into a position where you have so many strategic problems that you don't even have a plan. You just kind of have to, you know, do your best. I mean, maybe the rook will come here, defend the king one day, right? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. You know, like, let me just give you an example. Maybe she's dreaming about lines like this, you know, and that's why she's like set up her pieces. I think Elizabeth needs to watch out for this kind of idea because this might be the only active idea you have. But she went g5.
She went g5
She
without
went g5
thinking.
even though,
Oof.
I mean, this is like the only active idea. Like, I don't know, maybe it's bad, but like, why would you allow your opponent to even do this? Like, why would you let that bishop become like such a monster?
And queen d4.
No, this must
right?
be a mistake.
No.
There's no way. But I'm a little surprised because, I mean, don't you want to think about why that bishop is going here? g5, like, I mean, the bishop is lined up with the king, right?
Yep. I think Anna is thinking about it now.
Well,
b5.
Anna is definitely thinking about it because she's been setting it up.
Yeah.
She's been setting it up, and I mean, all the Black needed to do was like, I don't know, move the king somewhere else, or like just start with some other move, maybe king h7. I know there's like a check here, but like, but whatever it is, you can't just go g5 with no preparation and walk into the one active idea your opponent has.
I think Elizabeth just having a little too comfortable of a position, and she gets a bit careless.
But you know, yeah, of course, I get it, but you just gotta try to understand your opponent's ideas. Like, there's only one break that white can do that looks even remotely active, right? And then the problem is, like, I mean, she's gonna go for this, and it's gonna completely change the game, completely. I mean, like, here I would just want to cry as Black, like knowing what I had and the control that I had over the position, and then I mean, I might just be losing, right?
I think so. This looks
particular one.
Yep. Oh, she's reaching g4.
Oh, incredible. Okay. Well, I mean, what can you say? g4. All right. I told you this game was going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. I think we're just at the beginning of what we're going to see in this game. All right. First of all, Black can just take this pawn. That'd be my inclination, would be like, get the tempo. Get the tempo to like somehow make sure b5 doesn't happen. And also opening the rook is not so bad.
Yep. I think I would just take it 2 as well, and then, or even if keeping it like this also is fine for black.
I mean, you could go queen g6, but then, like, we need to see. I mean, the queen's a little better on g6 than on h5 for this idea, but then you still... Oh, by the way, you know, I want to say, like, well, maybe b5.
You can take it with the pawn.
Yeah, you can take with the pawn, but the funny thing is I still take with the knight.
No, you can play c6 now.
c6, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting, too, yeah, absolutely, because you're breaking down those pawns, right? Yeah, but even like... Yeah, no, I agree. Actually, this is the more destabilizing version, right? Because the way I wanted to do it, it's not as destabilizing because you don't actually have to. So you don't have to take the rook.
You're
you're actually up a rook.
Yeah.
And then if I don't take it, like white's not getting anywhere, right? Yeah. So you're right. We got to do this way. Yeah, that was a big chance for Anna, but you know maybe she's not so optimistic about her position for good reason, and she's also lower on the clock. Now it's a big moment for Elizabeth. And yeah, so intuitively I would just take the pawn.
That was actually the only moment that Anna could turn the table around by playing b5, and after that she'll be better.
Yeah, well, it makes sense, right? It's such an important idea in chess to get counterplay and to bother your opponent. So Elizabeth, if she goes back, I mean, I just can't really see her doing that. Let's just look at the normal stuff, right? Pawn takes.
And there is a result on board number 1. I think they agreed for the draw here.
Yeah, so that rook endgame, I mean, basically all the excitement sort of left the game once we stopped looking at it. I mean, it was kind of clear that the best part was over. By the way, well... Oh, Elizabeth played queen g6. Okay, so the open file wasn't tempting to her. She wants to try to win the game on the h file. Well, if she gets to play king g8 and then like this maneuver, I'll feel a little bit better about her position.
Yep.
But
so is b5 a move in this moment? I don't think so.
Well, at least b5, at least...
I think you could have...
There's pawn takes.
Don't pawn takes, because e6 is protected now.
Yeah, at least like you have that major helpful point, right?
Right.
So the opportunity kind of went away. Anna played bishop to c1. So wait, she's like completely forgetting about this idea.
Yeah.
And I think Elizabeth now just has to go and initiate the play on the h file.
Yeah.
Maybe even
like
king
rook f7,
g7.
rook h7.
Yeah, I mean, ideally we want to have both rooks there, so then you just have to figure out where you want your king. So how about maybe just king g8, king f7? How about that?
Yeah, looks fine to me. Or even h5 immediately is also fine.
Yeah, h5, she could go with that. She could go with that, but I feel, oh, you know, maybe you're right, because maybe she doesn't need a rook on the h file. Maybe she needs a rook on the g file,
yeah.
So maybe she's no point. Yeah, well, she's got a nice position. She's got her choice of plans. But it wouldn't really surprise me either way. Maybe white wants to go king g2, rook here, and h4 themselves. I mean, they kind of hope they could close up the king side, right? That's the dream for white, but it's probably just not going to happen. So 7 minutes against 2 minutes, big advantage,
big advantage
on the
time.
board and on the clock. So this is definitely, this is where you need to strike.
Yep. Anna has to play faster now.
Yeah, by the way, just quickly, let's take a look at Harika versus Goryachkina, because Harika wound up giving her opponent this outside pawn. You know, like I said, I'm never really a fan of that. I don't know why this had to happen. I mean, because there's only one person that's going to win this game. And okay, maybe it's a draw, but why would you give your opponent this pawn?
Yeah, I agree with you. I wouldn't do this if there were some options.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's fine. Rook b2.
King g1 maybe, just better to put it on the
Yeah.
dark square.
b3, I guess.
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous for
Yeah,
Harika.
why would you want this? That's the thing. I mean, it's like, it's not like your e-pawn is going anywhere, right? This is actually, this is the scenario where you lose games, right? And how did she allow this to happen? So she did play b5, Oh,
No,
no,
rook
no.
C1.
She played rook C1, and then she played B5.
And take twice.
Oh, yeah. That's strange.
That
It
is
is really
strange.
quite strange. I mean, because she already went for the B5 idea.
There was actually one idea of
Yeah.
mine. If you just play A5 here,
A5 right here.
and if you take on B4, maybe I can play rook E4.
Yes. And what are you threatening? Bishop
Just
F1?
rook F1, bishop F1.
Yeah, rook C1, yeah. Maybe I have C5 here.
Yeah,
Maybe
C5,
it's
then
just
rook
C5.
C1. And then I'll take your C5 pawn. Or maybe
Or maybe you won't.
maybe I won't. Oh, now I can take
Oh,
a
you
B4.
take here.
Yeah, you have to play bishop
my
E6.
bishop. Yeah. I just blundered my bishop. Okay.
Yeah, you have to play bishop E6.
But
then
okay,
I'll
but
take
let's
a
take a look.
C5.
Let's look at their game. So King F3 is on the board. Now this rook needs to move. Or there could be a check. There, check. I mean, the check looks kind of interesting as well, right? Like, that's definitely something Goryachkina wants to consider. Check, here, check.
But if you play bishop G4, I can just go back to G2.
If I play where?
This after bishop G4, just go
Oh,
back
you
to
just
G2.
go back to G2?
And then bishop D5 is now a threat. You have to come back to E6.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah, I don't have really time for rook E2, yeah? Because of that. And then you still have time to take my pawn and kind of come back. Okay. No, I mean, Harika should still be able to draw this game, but it's definitely a little bit tricky. And meanwhile, Nurgul Salimova, it's still not much. It's still not much. I mean, of course, Black's pawns, they do appear a bit weaker, and she's got the bishop versus the knight. Yeah, and you actually never know how. I would say you don't even know who's going to win this game, because maybe these pawns will prove to be a target one day. So this is still actually, given her large time advantage, I would actually say that Black has some chances even to win this game.
Yep, I prefer knight over bishop in this position.
Yeah, I mean, because 7 minutes versus 1, like, it doesn't matter if you have the bishop, but, like, you're not going to feel comfortable here.
And the H5 pawn also is not that strong. It can be attacked at any point. King F7 is on the board, A3, and I think I'll just play knight F6, rook D5, something like that.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this could be a game where she uses that time advantage to win. All right, well, we're back to Anna Muzychuk versus Elizabeth Paehtz. Why are the queens off the board?
Queen C2.
Can you understand how this happened? So bishop C1, king G7, queen C2, and she just traded the queens? Should I cry now or later, Irene? Because why are we trading the queens? We need to somehow attack their king, right?
I think there is some, I don't know. Like,
what did she not like? Oh, the pawn hanging maybe? But it's not really hanging because there's that.
So queen F7, I think, is a move.
Yeah, queen F7. I'm just curious why she didn't go for that. It's kind of hard to say, right? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, well, I don't know if something was wrong with this move, but I know that somehow the trade of queens cannot possibly have been the most dangerous thing for white, because now white has a chance to just kind of build a fortress. I mean, without the queens on the board, this position is not, nearly as dangerous, right? I mean, there's still ideas, though. There are ideas. Now that I look at it, I mean, she needs to improve this bishop somehow. Then it actually has some potential on this diagonal now.
No, I think you just double the rook and then play bishop E2.
Yeah. Okay. So there's still pressure. Doubling the rooks looks good. And
maybe knight D4 after rook H8.
Okay. So let's say I go here. You go there. Yeah. And then again is the question of what this bishop is doing. My dream was actually to trade it for your knight, but you're not going to let me do that. Yeah. Okay, so she goes knight c3. Kind of.
No, d7 is hanging, so you cannot do that.
What happened? Let's. Oh,
It's doubling the rook first.
oh, she doubled the rook.
Yep.
But and then the knight came to d4, and then she played knight c3. There you go. Okay. We're both getting low on time.
Rook e1.
Elizabeth doesn't have like a major time advantage anymore, just a couple of minutes. But rook e1. And maybe she can find some way to like to attack this
how
pawn.
to get to your opponent's territory here? Where's the entryway?
How about like maybe just putting the bishop on d3 first, because it
Or
feels
maybe-
so good psychologically to like improve that bishop.
Yeah, no, she wants to put the bishop on d5.
I think she actually did some move with that bishop, right?
Yeah, bishop c4.
Bishop c4. Okay, there you go. I mean, that is a completely different story.
But the knight would have been better elsewhere, yeah, because I think you only have the option of knight b5 if this knight.
Gets attacked,
Gets
or you can go to
attacked.
a2 or b1, but. Yeah, b1 I don't know, or a2 I don't know, but okay. No, I'm starting to see some ideas here.
Bishop d2.
Okay.
And then she goes knight b5. And knight
b5.
takes.
Okay.
Knight takes.
C takes. It's kind of an improvement of the pawn structure. I mean, also, maybe this king can even play a role at
No,
some
just play
point.
f7. Yeah, to c6. Yeah.
One day.
I like this. I like
right,
this.
because this bishop is so dominated by this bishop. It definitely. Oh, it's actually still very uncomfortable. Yeah, even in this endgame.
Also, by having the bishop on d5, there is a direct attack. You just want to take on g4 and take on f3. How do you deal with that?
Good point. So you want to go there, capture, and capture, deflection, sacrifice, and this rook is going to hang in the end.
Right.
Yeah, okay. This is actually looking really, really bad for Anna.
Yeah.
Wow.
Opposite colored bishop is
So,
always dangerous.
it's funny because it's like, I couldn't really see the way for black to win until I saw how she was going to improve that bishop. That was a really good plan by Elizabeth. Yeah.
So rook g1, rook eg1.
Rook eg1. Wow.
Yeah, just bishop d5.
Bishop d5, and I mean, I guess she wants to try to go king f2 and take with the rook. That's actually her idea. So Elizabeth needs to think a little bit here.
But also after king f2, you can just play king g6 first.
Yeah,
Because-
bishop d5. So she's kind of desperate, so she's going to go for things like this.
Yeah, and then king g6, and then what do you do?
Yeah, maybe just defend the pawn, right?
Mhm.
Because there's h4,
Take on g4.
but then rook takes, and then
and then
maybe
rook
like
takes.
this, though. Like this is how I'm going to do it. There's still
Yep, bishop
Still a
d5, king
chance.
f2.
still a chance for white, no? Because like this doesn't look so bad for me. I'm kind of like, well, now, I mean, I don't know. It could be like this is a losing one, right?
Mhm.
But actually,
She
okay,
took.
She took. And I hope there's some clear idea why she's doing that. Rook h3.
So she gave the g5 pawn. No, rook g4.
Oh, rook g4 happened. Okay. All right, rook g4
Rook
happened.
h3.
Rook h3. And she's going to win this one. She's winning it by force, yeah?
And a3 too. Man. Yeah.
Because after rook takes,
King f7 now. Rook g5, king f7.
Nice safe square. So she's winning this pawn, and you can't even take there.
Anna hasn't taken on h3 yet, by the way.
She's down to actually very little time, under 15 seconds.
But she took it anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this bishop is going to show his superiority over this bishop. Yeah, this is the problem with getting stuck with bad pieces, guys.
Bishop c1, rook takes f3,
Yeah.
king e2.
You could go rook c3 if you want to win. Actually, rook c3, give up f4. No, I don't think we should give up f4.
Or you can play rook g3. Oh, rook g3 also giving up.
Yeah.
But it's okay. You can give it up. It's fine because a3 is also hanging.
But yeah, I mean, the A pawn you can rely on, but the things, it would be nice to get that pawn to F3.
But how?
Yeah, I'm thinking how we're
because
gonna
there's
do that.
also rook G4, so I think you have to act now. You just give it up because there's no other improvement. I think.
Yeah, it's like the rook cannot really move anywhere else without losing the pawn. Yeah, so you basically have to go like rook C3.
Yep.
And go for something like this, and then count on the A pawn to win, which I think you probably will do.
Or rook H3.
You know, these pawns hurt the bishop so much. You know, like I actually would rather lose the pawn to like be able to put the bishop there, get some activity, right? But White's own pawns just killed their bishop. So she went rook H3. That's fine. It's the same thing. White's going to have to take an F4.
No,
oh, but she didn't.
Rook G1.
Rook G1. So she's actually allowing F3.
Yeah, just move it without thinking.
I mean, first of all, maybe throw in rook H2 check just to get the second rank too. It's very pleasant. So F3. F3 you can plan. Then rook H2.
Yep, F3.
Okay.
And then where does the king go? King F2, King A3, King E3.
And now she just needs to use her rook somehow.
Yeah, just rook H2.
Yeah, I mean you can't go there yet. There's no point. So rook H. Okay, she went rook H4. She wants to.
She wants to take the E5.
Oh, she wants to take E5. You think? I don't know. Remember, I told you that pawn was worthless. Let's not take it. We don't need that pawn. I think she just wants to go rook C4. You know, come in from the other side. Why not? I mean, White is like paralyzed. She can't really do much.
Okay, bishop D2. So I think after rook E4 you can take on F3, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think the point is that you lose that pawn and you don't really win a rook or a bishop, right? And this trade would be, I just think, like not the right way to go.
Or
so.
rook B4. Take on B4 instead of E5.
Maybe, but yeah, this is fine. And she actually needs to focus actually on promoting this pawn, which is quite doable, right? Like maybe what is?
Ooh, oh, Anna lost on time.
She lost on time. Wow.
Oh, that's no. Anna lost on time, so the match is won by Elizabeth Paehtz, and Elizabeth will be playing with white pieces, so she's in the verge of going through to the next round.
All right, but Nurgul Salimova has 15 seconds against close to 2 minutes. And this endgame is still unbalanced. Let's take a look. I mean, yeah, this is the problem. Her bishop is not very good on F7. And actually, this pawn is looking quite dangerous. Black might be winning this endgame because of that G pawn. Yeah, the bishop is just stuck. And I think the time difference between them is going to have had a big impact on this game. So actually, the pawn has now advanced. It's gone to G4, rook B3. And what can black do to get this pawn moving? Should we just be going knight E2?
Let's refresh it because they've already made...
No, they made a lot of moves. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's another different game. Right, back here. Yeah. So she played rook B3. Yeah, no, so it is refreshed. Okay. Yeah, it's good. I'm thinking about knight E2.
Yeah, and she's done it.
She's done it, okay. And the idea is to use the knight to help the pawn move forward, right? She took
rook
the pawn,
B6.
G3, check, king F6.
I think you have to play king F6, yeah?
King F6 is like the intuitive move. I mean, you can't you can't go back to the back rank. King F6. You know, you can't push the pawn because you lose the bishop and the king stops the pawn. So she can't move that because she loses. You know, there's even lines. Yeah, she's going to go bishop G6. She might, or bishop G8. Okay. But G2 rook F7. So this is the big idea. G2 rook F7, and then she wants to take
E5.
there. But actually, we can just still go here. We just go G2 rook F7, king E5.
And takes.
This is a check, and then we just we just promote, or, but then you go e7. I just want to show that line because maybe this is an example of white holding a draw or
and
even
then rook
winning.
c8, bishop f7, yeah?
Yeah, we're even like winning as white.
So it's better to give a check first on rook c1 before promoting, because then you take the g1 with your rook.
Okay, so you want to go
g2,
g2,
rook f7.
rook f7 here. You throw in the check.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's the way to do it. That's a great improvement. She just threw in the check first, and now she's going to push the pawn. We're going to go into this line, and then you don't have time for e7 because you lose the bishop.
Right. Wow, and she's in a time trouble. She has to play fast. 10 seconds left.
Oh, wow, Polina is now lower on time. Okay.
But what could possibly...
Yeah, push the pawn. Don't
just
lose
push
on
the
time.
pawn, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she was down to 3 seconds. She's only at 13 now. They're getting a 10-second increment.
Maybe because after rook f7, there's e7. This is the thing. Rook c1 is a mistake. Because you could have...
Oh, man.
You could have gone g1 with the check.
Oh, man.
That's
Hold
the difference. Oh, man.
Oh, this could have been... This could be huge.
It is huge. It is now better for white.
Took and she
has to
she's
take.
going to lose both of her pawns,
Yes,
though.
yes. And rook f2. Oh, just check.
Yeah, just take,
just
she's
take
losing
it.
both pawns.
Rook c1 was a mistake. g2 has to be played.
Oh, wow.
A different order of moves make a lot of good
it's so
outcome
sad
for
Polina
Salimova.
losing both of her pawns, and white having an outside h pawn. What a tragedy. What a tragedy.
No, she realized that, yeah, after she played rook c1, because her time was down to like 3 seconds.
Yeah, and she had so much more time than her opponent.
Yep.
She's totally outplaying her. I mean, yeah, you just see incredible things when people get down to seconds.
That was luck, yeah? That was
luck. Yeah, that was luck.
And on the game between Harika versus Goryachkina,
Goryachkina won.
Goryachkina
won because you don't want to give your opponents those outside pass pawns. Oh man! All right. Well, we can take a look at what happened there, but let's just stick with this game.
So we will have actually 3 decisive results in the women's section.
Yeah, not surprising.
Incredible, incredible.
But I feel for Polina. No, I feel like she.
So many blunders.
Yeah, she deserved a different result, and she does look very sad.
Yeah, it was
she's gonna
surely
upsetting. She's going to need to win with the white pieces, which she can do. She can do.
And she resigned. And Salimova won the first tiebreak game.
Incredible. Okay, let's just take a look. Let's just take a look at what went down here. Bishop g8 was a good try, for sure, because it gives the rook these ideas, and you're keeping the bishop on the same diagonal. But now... let's take a look. Oh, the check was so bad because it deprived us of the check. We needed to
That's what I was talking about. Yeah,
I know.
That's the difference.
You needed to just have
Give
that
a check.
You needed to have it in reserve. Like
because
the
after
point
rook
is
f7,
here, there is no e7 because this is a check. And then it just checkmate. It just knight c1 and game over.
Knight b3 or anything.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much like all you got to do is stop that. You can do that any way you want.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Wow. Poor Polina. I mean, can you imagine on what you lose this game? Like whether you throw in this check and then push the pawn or push the pawn immediately? I mean, it just feels so unfair.
There's something that she, maybe she missed this rook c1.
I mean, maybe, I don't know what she missed, but the point is here, guys, is that now you can queen, but you're not queening with check, and then white queens and just checkmates you because your king is completely open.
And if rook a1, you can just escape to b3.
You're escaping to b3, and there's
no check anymore.
There's no way to stop that pawn queening with a check. Like you can do that, and the king just escapes. It's a tragedy.
Yep.
Oh man. Well, guys, if you want examples of chess tragedies, this is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like for example, I don't consider the Muzychuk game tragic in any way. Like that was a game, black, got a better position and won. I don't even consider this game a tragedy. Okay? Because I kind of like knew that from the moment that black got this B pawn that things were not going to be so easy. And like let's just see how Goryachkina won. So they played for a while. B pawn was under control. but it's always dangerous. Oh, what happened here? She took and just blundered the bishop.
You could have just gone king d2, right? Instead of bishop b3.
Yeah, that was really weird because I didn't understand that bishop move at all. What did she miss? What was she thinking this was going to happen? And then maybe she was planning to go there and take both pawns?
That's possible too.
Maybe she missed the check?
She just missed the check,
But that's
I'm sure.
crazy. That is just crazy. Blunder. Why did she need to do that? Like, I mean, again, the position is unpleasant, right? But like, I mean, just bishop e2, right?
King d2. I like king d2.
You like king d2, yeah, just defending everything.
Yeah. And you have to go rook b1 and then how to make a progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be just a drawn endgame. But yeah, what a blunder by Harika, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well,
wow.
that's
Well,
it.
it's exciting. It's exciting. Tie breaks day is always exciting, and we got 3 decisive games in the women.
3 decisive games in the women.
3 must-win situations.
Yep.
And
1 draw.
And Vidit's intriguing preparation against Nepo led to a draw.
Yep. So we will be back for the second game of the rapid tie break after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Hər damlasında həyat var.
FIDE World Rapid Team Championship 2023 inaugural edition is hosted by Düsseldorf, Germany, August 25th to August 28th, 2023. Brand new format. Star lineup featuring world champions Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostyuk, world number 5 Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 8 Wesley So, world number 10 Richard Rapport, and many others. Record prize fund of 250,000 euros. Don't miss it. Watch unique event visiting Rheinterrasse Düsseldorf or live on FIDE YouTube.
Welcome back, guys, into the second game of the rapid tie break, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And we had 3 decisive results in the first game. All the results in the women's section ended with 1-0 or 0-1. But there is one game in the open section that's between Vidit and Nepomniachtchi that ended with a draw. And we have a lift-off. The games has just begun.
All right, Nepo actually starting the game with 1d4. I would say a slight surprise. And are we going to see a Nimzo? No. Knight f3, d5, right? Probably the most solid move these days. And we now a big choice for Vidit. Let's put the moves on the board. So this is the position. Maybe slightly different move order, but here it is. Knight c3, yeah.
A big choice indeed.
Yes, big choice. Is he going to go
pretty much
for
anything.
c5, bishop b4,
Bishop e7, h6,
knight
a6,
d7, yeah, knight
all
d7, h6.
And
so many things he can do. He actually went for c5, right? And let's see what Nepo has here. This is one of the best equalizing tries these days. And okay, CD, queen d4, and the bishop g5 line. You know, I played this myself once as white against Anna Zatonsky when I faced this line. So bishop e7 and e3.
Oh, by the way, in the far end of the camera, we see that Polina Shuvalova still hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, interesting. Is her clock running?
Yeah, should be.
Her clock is actually running.
Yeah, it has to be running.
It is
right.
running. Wow. Well, of course, she did not get a very long break.
No.
That break felt very tiny. And maybe she just needs a few minutes to recover and actually talk about what she's going to be doing with the white pieces in a must-win situation. Her game was heartbreaking.
It was heartbreaking indeed.
Yeah.
Like if you know, you were very much in the verge of winning that game, but only with a very slightly different move order. Turns change a lot.
Yeah, I mean, okay, she's there now. She's arrived at the board, and we will be keeping track of that game. I mean, she plays faster than her opponent, so she can afford a few minutes, I guess. And we have a move on the board by Vidit. He has castled. And actually, Nepo's not at the board.
He's walking around, probably trying to find some inspiration. But castle, so what can we say about this position for white?
Well, we can say this is like a very standard position where white most of the time goes with the move bishop e2 and just develops. After bishop e2, knight c6 tends to happen. And then you have to figure out where to move the queen. I'm pretty sure I moved my queen to d3. And it is actually the most popular move, queen d3. And then black can go bishop e6, or they can throw in h6. Let's say h6, bishop h4. And then, again, either queen b6 maybe is like the most forcing way to kind of attack the b2 pawn, or bishop e6. I mean, I guess I can understand why queen b6 is played in these positions, just because, you know, it's like a more specific, more concrete approach, right? And white goes castles after that. So there have been some big name games in this position. Actually, a lot of games, Mamedyarov versus Wesley So. You know, Nepo has been on the black side of this. There's a lot of grandmaster games, actually, in this position, and everybody has played, like, the move rook d8.
Yep. And he's done queen d2.
Okay, so Nepo goes a little bit differently. And after, let's go back for a second, after castles, has queen d2 even been played? I really don't see this as being a very popular move. Like, it's been played in a couple of games, but interesting. So the queen is not going to, well, protect the b2 pawn, which is nice, right? So you don't have to worry about queen b6.
And also, knight c6 is always a move. So maybe just also preparing for that move as well. And then give some flexibility to the bishop on f1 where to go. Maybe he's planning to put it on d3, because when the queen was on d4, putting the bishop on d3 looks a bit awkward. But now I think that's the idea.
Yeah, and it really hasn't featured in any high-profile games at all, this queen d2 move. And one of the questions I definitely would have here is like, what about knight e4? Because one of the points of queen d3 is that you control that e4 square, and here you don't.
So bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7. I guess queen e7.
And then queen d5, some pawn sack there.
Yeah, it's a pawn sack that looks, you know, it looks like with these pawns that I should be able to have pretty decent compensation.
Oh, some moves have been played. So indeed, yeah, after bishop e6, Nepo played bishop d3.
Yeah, so Vidit doesn't want to go for anything forcing. He just goes bishop e6. And bishop d3, posting the bishop. So it's like a new setup. They're already in a new position here. h6, bishop h4. Oh,
f4. Bishop f4.
Okay. Doesn't want to allow any sort of knight e4s.
Come on, guys, play some g4 or h4, this type of attack.
You think he might be going for that? I would be surprised.
No, I would be surprised as well. I don't think they would go for something like that. In fact, I think after this move, short castle is going to happen. But that would be interesting if anything like that on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think because he doesn't have very good control of the center, he can't really afford to go marching with those pawns, you know, and there will be a d4 break at some point. So he just castles.
And yeah, and then just play normal chess. Maybe h3 at some point, and then put the rooks on d1 and c1, and drop the bishop back to b1, and create some sort of a battery attack there on h7.
All right, so what is black going to do? Well, one of the moves that I would think about here is obviously like bishop g4. Just because, I don't know, maybe bishop g4, because I'm interested in the control over this square, right? Another move that comes to my mind for black would be knight h5, actually. I mean, I don't know. You know, normally the side with the isolated pawn doesn't really want to trade pieces, right? And I'm not saying this bishop is incredibly valuable, but still you can consider this move, I think. And of course you can just do normal things like a6, rook c8. The only issue is you can't really push this pawn yet.
Yep, because of the discovery.
Yeah, you won't be able to recapture it. What else can you do to get ready for that move? I mean, I suppose even queen d7 and rook d8 is interesting as well.
Yeah, there was actually one top-level game. It was played between two Chinese grandmasters, Zhou Jianchao versus Wei Yi, and the game continued with a6.
a6, yeah, a6 is very standard. Just don't let the knight use the b5 square. But okay, I mean, I like Nepo's choice for this game. He did come with a fairly new concept, this queen d2, bishop d3. And, you know, playing against the isolated pawn, especially in rapid chess, I think is a very good practical choice.
Right. Can we quickly take a look at Paulina's game, because it was an interesting opening choice again. But I think now Nurgül Salimova is more well prepared.
Well, she's maybe more well prepared, but again, she's lower on the clock, despite the fact that Shuvalova arrived late. So she did try something new. She tried this as opposed to her c6 move yesterday, where Paulina answered she answered, I think, d4 right away. Yeah. So today she tries this, queen h5, knight d6, bishop b3. So there's like a temporary pawn sack by Paulina, but then she gets the pawn back. And this is their current position. She's up on the clock again. This knight is blocking the d-pawn. And okay, I mean, the most obvious move is rook e8, right? I wonder what she's thinking about there, because you don't want to just let your opponent castle without any hindrance.
Right.
So I would think this is the most natural.
And probably king f1 or
I'm
king
thinking
d1 or king d1.
You think she might be actually going for your
Yes, I think so.
ideas like that?
I mean, white is desperate to play
Wow.
something like that because she's in a must-win situation.
You know, you really have a point there.
Rookie
you really
8,
do.
yeah, king f1.
I was going to say, because like knight e2, the problem with that is that you're just not even able to castle even after that move. So,
And
you
also
know.
that knight is standing better on c3. You might
Yeah.
want to go to d5 and also protecting e4 square. So king f1 is on the board.
King f1 and...
Yeah, and then g4. H4.
And then, then you're committed to that, guys, because, I mean, otherwise there's no point to the setup at all.
Right.
And the only question is, okay, these pieces and what you plan to do with them, and perhaps this pawn just goes to d3 to control the e4 square.
a5.
a5 by Salimova.
So your idea is to take on c3 and play a4 or what? But a4
Yeah.
was played immediately.
Yeah, I wonder if she also wants to maybe get her knight out here, but then there could be the move d4.
But there's also b4, knight to b4.
Knight b4, yeah.
So this could be like an interesting developing moves actually. Yeah, I like knight a6 or knight c6.
Well, I think the game, is developing, again, not in a bad way for Polina, because there's definitely a lot of complexity left here. I mean, just because it's symmetric in terms of pawn structure, but it's not symmetric in terms of like attacking ideas. And once g4 happens, it's going to put some pressure on Salimova.
Also,
So,
what to do here if you play queen e7, for example?
what is queen e7?
Just
try to
g4.
do?
I just want to take on c3 and make and checkmate you.
Yes, we wanted to take
Queen
check
e2,
here, sacrifice the queen on the back rank, or actually queen d1 as well. Okay, but yeah, we go g4, and I think it's exactly the kind of game that Polina needs, actually. By the way, let's not forget maybe long-term ideas of knight d5. And, g5, make you give up the bishop, play that position.
Actually, I would do that now, or maybe I like this b6 idea.
Yeah, b6 I think is
but not now
interesting.
because there is knight d5 here and
Knight
then
d5,
queen
queen
e2,
e2, king g2.
Yeah, I think it's standing worse for black because then it's just safe.
Yeah.
So maybe without queen e7, play b6.
Go b6, yeah?
Yeah. And you develop your pieces like that.
Yeah, putting the bishop here definitely makes it harder for white to play g4, doesn't it?
Yep, I think this is the move, and you also have options with the knight on b8 where to go, a6 or c6 later. I think a6 would have been better because you have two options there to go to b4 or c5. So
what do you think, like, if I go knight d5, the thing is this endgame is probably not too bad for black. Or actually, we might have to play an endgame like this at some point. Because after bishop b7, I mean, what can I do? Like, if I go, I don't really have g5 anymore.
yeah, I just take on c3, I guess. Or
Maybe I do have g5. It's a little risky.
no, I just take on c3 and then rook e4. Doesn't look
like
good.
that.
Yeah, everything is
Take like this.
protected.
Yeah, there were a lot of things you could do, but maybe you found the most solid. Yeah. That's a big square that black also uses in a lot of these positions. Can't go there, or anywhere on the F file. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this bishop on b7.
Okay, so Salimova, we'll see how she'll be getting these pieces out into the game. And meanwhile, I mean, she's given up close to a 10-minute edge on the clock, which is not nothing. And I think Polina will try very hard to convert it this time. She gets a chance. All right, we got Elizabeth Paehtz versus Anna Muzychuk. Elizabeth going for a kind of a London here. Something that is definitely part of her repertoire. And it is a solid choice for a situation like this where she only needs to make a draw with the white pieces. But of course, you know, it's always hard to make the draw that you need. So let's see if Anna can get anything here. Elizabeth makes sort of the first aggressive move in this game, g4. And obviously, you know, the trade on d3 really changes the pawn structure, and it's not clear who it helps more, right? It's a pretty balanced trade. Queen e7, queen b3, so black castle is queenside. Knight b1, interesting move by Elizabeth. She decides that her knight is just too passive here, and that she has the time to actually reroute him to b5. h6 feels like a bit of a slow move, but maybe the point is just that she wants to go knight f6 and attack the pawn. Maybe this pawn move could even prove to be a little bit of a weakness.
Yeah, I don't like that move at all.
Yeah, it does feel like White's play is a bit shaky, right? You know, like we said, guys, it's always hard to get the draw that you need, right? And you kind of trade a couple of pieces, but you know, you have this little pawn. That's a problem, and you're not castled. You're actually behind in development. Think about it. Black's castled. We're not.
Yep. So what to do after knight f6 then?
Well, after knight f6, which I guess Anna is thinking about now. Yeah, you don't have rook h4 because of g5. Okay, could be at some point we might need to sack this pawn, because the problem is you can't even really go here, because in the end you can't even make a recapture because you're not castled. You lose your rook.
Or maybe you can just play knight e5.
With knight e5, I'm just going to take it and take on g4, but you have queen a4.
Yeah, or queen a4 first and then knight e5. Because after queen a4, then you play king b8 and then knight e5.
Okay, queen a4, I like the look of that. King b8.
And knight e5 now.
Knight e5. That's pretty tricky. Using the queen to defend the pawn on the rank. I like that idea. And maybe this king will even stay in the center on e2.
Yeah, that could happen, yeah. And rook goes to c1 with knight e5.
Because this actually looks quite reasonable for white, right? Well, we can actually still look at it. It's not over. But, I mean, still very solid for black.
d4, yeah?
Yeah, d4, and then there's just a lot of moves. And I'm thinking like f6. Start undermining from that side. So I think what we're seeing is like Anna has created an unbalanced enough position, right? Like, I mean, in a must-win situation, this is not a bad outcome for her. It's a little bit simplified, right? But there's still enough imbalances that absolutely anything can happen.
Yep.
And it's probably okay that she's spending some time here. I mean, she's a little lower on the clock, but you know, she needs to kind of come up with a concept here for how to continue. So let's take a look at Goryachkina versus Harika. Harika is going for the King's Indian. I don't even know maybe what she was going for here. Maybe she was going to try Benko or Benoni, but Goryachkina just played knight f3. And okay, now there's no more Benko gambit, and it could even be a symmetric Benoni if black goes for like e6, e4, and you take. I'll take with the e pawn just to avoid any imbalance. And here we go. Oh yeah, so Harika doesn't want the symmetric Benoni. She goes for e5. You know, not a bad choice, right? If you're in a must-win situation, got to do something. But I don't think this worked out very well for her.
Oh, there's a sack there with bishop h6.
Yeah. I guess Goryachkina wasn't really interested in that pawn. What do you think, because of f4?
f4 allowing the knight to be on e4, bishop d4 or something. Or
Yeah, it's a big question why she didn't take on h6. Let me see.
Maybe because, yeah, she doesn't want this to be too imbalanced, and she just wants like a quiet position. But it's hard to get a quiet position out of King's Indian. So
yeah, I mean, I think taking the pawn was possible. It was possible, and I think probably f4 was going to be played, and black creates the space advantage, tries to bring all their pieces to the king side, right? But her move f4 is just very, very nice and solid. So I actually completely approve of that choice because, you know, she's kind of not letting black get the game they want. And after e4, king h1, we are in a very famous structure for the King's Indian with the center fixed like that. And black has that pawn wedged in white's position, but it's not really going anywhere. And actually, white often tries to play their own undermining move. But for now, she's just improving her pieces, playing on the queen side.
very smart choice, I would say.
Yeah. No, Goryachkina is handling this game well because she just like hasn't let Harika get her play at all in. And white is really just better on the board. And, well, bishop g1 is an interesting move. Why not? I suppose she was already getting ready for queen h4.
And knight b5, rook h3 might be what she's planning on.
Yeah, and she didn't want to capture the knight because then after hg, you know, I would say this pawn is quite strong. Could have been possible to capture it too. I wouldn't say you can't play such a move, but and it's not like this bishop is the best bishop in the world. But I guess also then there could be some long-term play down the h-file, right? Like even maybe with the king f7 one day. But still, I mean, I feel like it should have been possible to make the trade on g4 as well. Like it wouldn't have been such a shock. But okay, she goes bishop g1 and knight hf6. Knight hf6 is
And
our
b5.
Knight b5 is our current position. So what can I say? Rook is quite nice here on the third rank. I like Goryachkina's rook.
I like the whole setup as well. I mean,
It's very solid.
it's very solid, yeah.
And it's
hard
hard
to break
for black to break, right? Especially when they have like such a bishop on c8 that is just blocked by their own pawn. How does black make progress?
I think the idea here is just to wait and see how black continues this, because you pretty much can just move around, yeah, without making any concession. You can even just move the rook along that rank, just rook h3, back to b3, or yeah, it is black who is forced to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose like white's main active idea is trying to force this knight out of here. And it looks a little scary maybe to go there and take because you're opening the h-file, but actually your rook will always be able to help out. There's probably not going to be some sort of like queen coming in for a checkmate. So Goryachkina might even win this game. It wouldn't be a surprise at all, right? Because usually when someone loses the first game, there's a good chance they could lose the second game too in trying to get that comeback. That's, I think, a very plausible scenario here.
She pushed h4.
And meanwhile, we got Paehtz Shuvalova. Let's see what's going on in her game. So her opponent did not go for the b6 idea that we were looking at. She played knight c6, knight d5, bishop e5, takes, and just d3, knight f5. Okay, so the knight is, one of these knights is trying to come to d4. Maybe not yet, either of them.
Or d6 first.
You got to protect the rook if you want to move the c knight. But I guess the first move that comes to my mind here is g4, because doesn't the square feel a little weak?
Yeah, so after g4, knight f d4.
Yeah, I mean, even d4. I mean, I feel like white has to look at both of these moves.
No, d4 is just hanging up.
Well, I'm hanging the pawn, but like I just, you know, we have to look at to see if there's anything, but I guess there's not, right? There's no like tactic where I can use f7. Yeah, so I agree with you. We should not hang the pawn like that. She's got 18 minutes versus 11. Nice time edge.
But yeah, but with one piece being reduced, I think it's a more pleasant position for Salimova right
I have
now.
an idea for white. C3.
Yeah, I saw that move, but something that you must be reluctant in playing such a move actually in this position.
Really? You think so? No, I'm not reluctant at all. I'm thrilled to not let your knights come to d4. Why? What else can we do? I mean, if like this could even be a threat already. You know, like if I go g4 and you go knight d4 and I don't have some tactic against f7, well, what am I doing?
Yeah, there's nothing much.
Unless you want to like continue with this, but I think I just take on b3, and then this rook also hangs. So I don't know. I don't know. I feel like c3 is a plausible move here. Let's see. Let me see if I can. Yeah.
Yep. It looks like a good candidate move.
And she's been thinking for a little while here.
Yeah, she has spent 3 minutes on the clock for
We're
her
in a new
upcoming move.
position, so there's no games from this position. And actually, yeah, c3 is one of the good moves here. So I think it's time for her to get a little prophylactic.
Or some bishop d2.
Yeah. I just love little pawn moves that restrict my opponent's knights. It's a real pleasure to not have to worry about knight d4 anymore. So I would say, I mean, good situation for Shuvalova, better than, for example, for Harika. Well, a lot better. Because, you know, first of all, Harika had the black pieces, and now her position is like really quite difficult. And Shuvalova, she has the white pieces, she has a time edge, and she's got at least something to work with in this position. But let's see if she finds c3 or what else she comes up with.
Yeah, probably c3 is actually the best move here. But after c3, d6, d4.
c3, d6. Yeah, you got to open your bishop. Yeah, d4 is one of my options, unless I want to, I mean, it's just not clear what I accomplish with this move anymore, is it? It's not clear. Like, you can even go to h4, right? Like, I can go all aggressive, but having seen Jan-Krzysztof Duda's aggression yesterday with g4 and how it worked out against Caruana, I'm a little scared now about playing that move. I think you just go here. And what am I doing with this king? Like, ultimately, this is just one check, right? Like, I can go somewhere and give you a check, and it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, she's played it.
Okay, she played c3. Yeah, so d6 is a very easy move to play for black. Let's see where it is. Here we go, d6. So what's a normal move that we can play? How do we handle this position with normal moves?
Bishop d2 is normal.
Yeah, maybe bishop d2. Like, I don't even know if there's a point to go d4. Because, okay, go back to e8. Are we going to go bishop c2 somewhere? Maybe.
Maybe.
That's actually kind of interesting. I mean, I think that is one of the points of this move. Maybe you can try to bother this knight a little bit. And if there's a g6 on the board, then I'm happy.
Yeah.
She thinks she's going for this concept.
Yep.
And I'm happy because I get to play h4, h5.
Yeah, you shouldn't play g6 in this position.
Yes,
Yeah?
you should not. Maybe you should even... But the problem is you can't go there because that pawn will hang.
What if I challenge the knight by playing knight cd7, knight ce7?
Well, let's see right now what Polina is. She going to play bishop c2 or not? She played d4 pretty quickly. So we have d4 rook e8 on the board. And now we're waiting to see. I mean, also I do think actually h4 is always interesting. You know, we might be able to just get the rook out from h3 one day. h4, h5, just go with the pawn. What do you think? I think it's one of these two moves.
Yeah, but also after bishop c2, there is knight c e7.
Let's take a look. So knight c e7, you want to improve this bad knight, right? You want to go here. Challenge my strong knight, maybe bring your knight to the king side. I see what you're saying, because like if I take, you take with the queen and there's a checkmate threat. I don't have time to take your knight, right? Not just a checkmate threat, but a couple of threats. Well, I don't really want to take that knight. So what choices do I have? Oh, she went G4. Okay. Okay. The most aggressive, the one that I said I was like afraid of doing in this position, right? Okay. So knight h4. And then what?
Yeah, that knight is actually very strong.
It's not like there's like some obvious sacrifice to get to the f7 pawn, right?
The knight doesn't have a good square to do it. I mean,
yeah,
you can play.
I'm a little surprised by the move g4, to be honest. I feel like g4, yeah, I mean, like it's a little rash, right? Like letting your opponent's knight to h4. I mean, because now you just like, you have really little options for your king, right? So I feel like this position was actually quite a key position for her, and probably nearly like any other move that we were like talking about would have been better, except maybe bishop c2. By the way, bishop c2, yeah, this this knight e7 move is a great idea. Yeah, challenging this knight. But maybe even bishop d2, right?
Yeah.
Right. So she went for something super committal, and you also don't really want to do that when you want to keep the tension, right? When you're in this must-win situation.
And she's played knight e3. That's surprising.
Yeah, knight e3 attacks this pawn. Maybe, what does she want to do? Does she have
bishop
ideas?
e6, there is d5, so that's pretty much what she has in mind. So queen f6 just takes, I guess, yeah?
Queen f6 takes and then maybe return. If you go there, maybe I can actually return to my great square.
So if I just play queen e7.
Queen e7, defending the pawn.
And knight g6 is the next move. Yeah, I think she's going to play it. It looks very natural. Yeah,
it does, it does. And by the way, the knight is pinned because there's checkmate. Queen e7. Yeah, I really don't like letting this knight here. It just actually feels too active, you know, and we didn't do enough development. So this g4 move, I don't know. Like, if you look at it, like, what exactly is she supposed to move now? I suppose g5, right? Like, at some point she needs to go g5 just to get rid of this knight.
But then knight g6.
Knight g6, and you lose more time.
Oh, there's bishop h3.
Yeah.
Bishop h3, king g1, and knight g2.
Oh, no, queen g5.
Oh,
like if
even queen g5. Oh man,
yeah, look
just
at that.
made it too.
That's a beautiful line. This is why you don't let your opponent's pieces get so active. I don't know. No, I can't stress how much I didn't like this move. I really feel like if she doesn't win this game, like this is going to be the key moment, because she just gave her opponent's knight such a good square and like easy ideas, right? And then she starts retreating with this nice knight. Like, what exactly is the concept now? Now I'm actually struggling to find some moves for her, and I think she came up with something.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2. Yeah, well, that's nice. Yeah, you want to not get mated. You want to play rook e1, right? But now you can't even... Okay, I guess h5 is too much by black. Yeah, it's not really necessary to play quite so aggressively. But there's a lot of moves that need to be looked at. I mean, even g5 almost traps the queen, right? So not quite. You can still go back to g3. Which seems okay. All right, well, I guess rook e1, and then you'll finally have some threats, right? So black needs to figure out maybe what to do with this knight. easier said than done.
Right.
Or even queen e4. They can
I don't
consider.
like, yeah.
You don't like the
no.
queen trade?
Because I think it's better endgame for white.
For white, because of the bishop pair, yeah. But it's just that your queen is actually pretty good here, and I can't go to that square. How do we like make
B6.
these pieces better?
I like b6.
B6, bishop d5. I think you're
Bishop b7. It's fine.
gonna go knight d8.
Yep.
B6.
Or even I can give a check first on a6 maybe.
That's interesting. Like that. Yeah.
You know what?
Maybe rook e1. Yeah.
Yeah, rook e1, bishop a6. I like this idea.
Oh, you're actually you keep tricking me with your
Yeah.
sneaky checks.
And after king g1, queen g5. It's just too much. But I mean, if you reach
Yeah.
this position, I think g5 is better, and then queen f6.
Queen g5.
And-
I mean, it's funny. It doesn't win. It's not like
It
the
doesn't
same.
win, yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
it's
winning.
not the same thing. I mean, we're just saying that move as a joke, but
Oh, she did it. She played
she
g5
goes
now.
g5. Okay. I mean,
b6. I like b6 a lot.
G5 is ambitious. What can you
Yeah,
say?
it
It's
is.
a super ambitious move. I'm just trying to understand. She wants to follow up with what? With queen e4, I think.
Maybe.
That's the point. That's the point. Because now Polina has only one move. I don't think the sacrifice works.
Yeah, so queen g3, queen e4, and I think white has to play king e2. Because there is also queen d3.
That's kind of unpleasant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
But if you play king e2, then there's bishop g4. Oh, wow. How to deal in this
No,
position?
this is no. I'm telling you, like letting the knight into h4 was probably like a decisive, decisive mistake from the practical point of view. You know what I mean? From which way the game is going. So, I really wasn't a fan. By the way, it looks like the game between Jan and Vidit is most likely going to be a draw. I don't really. It's got bishops of opposite color. I don't really see Jan winning this position, and it's also not the most scintillating position, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a question. Okay, Vidit has to play some accurate moves, I guess.
No, Jan is definitely defending this position.
You think Jan is defending?
Yeah. Vidit is doing better because the rook is already in the
he
second
just played
rank.
b6, yeah.
Yeah.
Got rid of the bishop.
Yeah, at some point you can actually give up this e4 maybe. But okay, that's a question. What you want to do here. You
I
can
guess
play
f5 looks quite okay.
But after f5, just rook d6 here, and then...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it should be a draw. Okay, let's take a look at Elizabeth Paehtz versus Anna Muzychuk. Actually, it went in some way similar to what we were looking at. So she played knight f6, queen a4 happened. Knight e5, we looked at that position, and then Anna played a6, b4.
Wow.
Wow, so Elizabeth was going on the attack.
So what's the idea if you just take on b4?
The idea if you just take on b4.
Because it's attacking c3.
Oh, yeah, the idea is knight c6.
Oh, and then rook b1.
Yeah, nice point by Elizabeth. Look at that. Beautiful tactics. And then she's going to win the bishop back with an attack on the king because you've got a3 next. Or, I mean, you can also have that move. So, b4 is an aggressive move. Let's see how Anna reacted to it. She took on e5 and she took the pawn. So d4, it's very principled stuff going on, right? Black is up a pawn. Now there's f6. She's trying to break apart the center. And I'm sure Elizabeth is thinking here, well, should I take?
If take, queen takes.
Yeah, and then let her have a tempo, or just go b5 and go all in with my attack.
Also, there's, can you attack the knight?
How?
There's no good attack.
Yeah, there's no good attack because you can't really use your pawn. And if
Rook
you use
h4,
your
just
rook,
h5.
there's always h5. Yeah, so I think we're going to be seeing b5 on the board is my intuitive feeling.
Yeah, I think so too.
b5. Of course, there's a lot of things that black can do after that. There, I wouldn't even be shocked if black played a5 here. you know, the idea of just giving up a pawn to keep the files closed. You know, and after queen takes, oh, she just did it. Yeah, queen takes. The idea is b6. Well, the idea is definitely b6. You're not going to allow them to play b6, I think.
Yeah, and the queen has to go back to a4 because otherwise if queen a6, there's queen b4.
And then she takes. So what is going on here? That's like black is up a pawn, but I mean, I don't know. Do we have enough time for something like that? Okay, she did play b6, and queen a4 is on the board. It's all on the board. Yeah. Okay, super sharp situation. There is also some kind of a knight e2 idea, trying to go to d4. I'm just wondering how white is supposed to get this rook in. Maybe she just goes rook b1. Is that completely crazy? Is it? I mean, I know I'm giving up a lot, and I have to calculate, right? Well, I just want to know what happens here.
Take c3, rook
She went
a3.
for it. It's like I'm predicting all the moves. I don't know. Got on a roll here, guys. Yeah, rook b1. And she takes rook b3. Do you have any idea what's happening here?
So basically, if I just take on c3, rook a3, and I can take the rook, actually.
Well, the thing is you can also... Oh, but you can't run to c8. You can't run to c8, which is actually really important because, like, it kind of looks like you could have made a successful escape, but because I have the c6 square, you don't.
Yeah, you know what? I think before taking on c3, I can play some queen move first, attacking f2. So let's say queen f7 or queen f6. I don't know which one is best. But here you might have like knight d1, eh?
Well...
But this gives me some...
You have time.
Escaping route,
yes.
yeah. I can take on e3, for example.
You can take on e3.
Rook a3 and then king c8.
Now you have e7.
Take on c7 and just king f8. Or rook d7 is better, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, this could backfire. I mean, you know, I think Elizabeth has played in a very committal way.
And you know what else is going to backfire? It's the game between Alexandra Goryachkina versus Harika.
Wow, really? Something is backfiring there. Well, in what direction?
It was better for Harika, actually. Like +2 for Harika. But then I think she made some inaccuracy.
How did she make so much progress? She played h4. She came up with a knight sacrifice. Wow. That looks exciting. She created major play. In our current position, this king f2, has white stabilized this, or is white still having problems?
There's rook h3, and then...
Rook h3, knight e2 is on the board. And actually, Goryachkina has a lot less time. Yeah, maybe. Maybe Harika can make a comeback out of this. She just played queen to f6, right?
And Harika plays it very fast, knowing that she has to also get this time advantage, pressing her opponent on the clock.
Oh, there's actually, before queen f6, it was rook f3 and king e1, queen f6. Okay, so she has a rook for Goryachkina's 2 pieces. Of course, she has actually a very powerful rook, right? That rook on f3 is amazing. And right now, she has a big threat with queen a1. It's still not a winning threat, I guess. Maybe there's knight c1 after that. That's one of the ideas of queen f6. Now, the thing for black is also, like, how do they make use of this bishop and this rook?
King f7, rook h8.
Oh, queen c2
Oh, there's
played
rook b7
by
too.
Goryachkina. Yeah, actually, I kind of really want to get this rook into the game. That would be my dream.
Or the king goes to h7 and g6, and then rook goes to h8. But this takes quite some time.
Yeah, the one thing though is like this rook is the most amazing piece ever, I have to say, because like you basically can't really get rid of it, right?
Harika played rook e8.
She played rook e8. Yeah, that's actually a good move.
Queen b1.
There is a chance like one day she could even do some sort of a rook lift. Queen b1, yeah?
I think trying to exchange the rook to b8.
But still, it's like, it's not obvious how black breaks through, I would say. Right, it's just that white, I mean, white's knight can't move at all. It's funny. The bishop can't move at all.
Yeah, I wonder.
I mean, most of white's pieces cannot move other than the queen and the rook. But black's issue is like how to break through. And she
Rook
actually
E7.
made rook e7. There you go. Yeah, so I think you know, bishop f8 and rook h7 and rook h1 is actually something that she's likely going to do. Queen, king d2. All right, Goryachkina tries to get out of that. Pin on the first rank, but I mean, she's still going to be pinned because this bishop can't move. I think it's like, it's so hard to even attack the rook, because if you take it, you open up the other bishop, and that's the problem, right? So it's like you can attack the rook, it's just that you won't probably be able to capture it because that pawn becomes too strong.
You can actually play queen h6 now, because exchanging the rook on the b file is no longer an option because the f1 bishop is hanging.
And you want to just go to h1, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So your idea is very straightforward. You want to go queen h6 and just queen h1 and attack that guy. Wow. Yeah, why not?
Because I think...
And if I go rook b1?
Just king
rook
f7.
b8?
King f7 is fine.
Or even king h7.
Yeah, either one. Oh, she did king
starts
h7.
with king h7. Okay. I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, given that white has almost nothing to do, why not improve the position a bit?
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
So this could further the tiebreak.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Harika finding this beautiful like h4, knight h5, knight g3.
Yeah.
I mean, out of like, it seems like Goryachkina had everything under control. But that would be amazing, amazing fighting spirit by Harika. So she actually goes knight g1 with this move. And like I said, I'm not so sure that she really wants to take. But
You can leave it there.
if she does want to take, I mean, should we be moving or not?
I think it's better to leave it there, because if you take, then
Yeah.
EF. So just play something else.
Well, EF, you know, she probably wants some kind of a bishop d3. There's still got to calculate something there, 'cause I get some checks on that diagonal. So, you know what else is interesting here? I was also looking at rook h3, if I can get you to take so I can promote my h-pawn.
Or even g3.
Yeah. I mean, the rook can move away. Oh, there's also an amazing idea here of rook b7.
Wow.
That would be amazing to go to c3. So if I take
Queen c3.
queen c3, you got to go, let's say, to e2. I don't know if she's going to find that one. It's a bit tricky. And she made a move that's not like that. So
And it's
let's see what she did. She played king g6. Okay.
I think supporting the f5 so that you can take the g2 knight.
Yeah, I think king g6 looks quite good to me. I mean, rook b7 was spectacular, but you really have to... I mean, you're sacrificing another rook on top of all the material that you've sacrificed, so it's not like... I mean, I guess the idea is you take here and, like, you destroy their positions somehow, right? But maybe first you take there. Yeah, I guess... Yeah. It's,
f1 is hanging, yeah.
yeah, something like... you know, happens on with bishop coming to c3, yeah. So that would have been an amazing way to win, but I actually think that she is playing just fine. Queen e1. So is this rook now under threat?
No, I still like this rook b7 idea. I think we can still play it, can we?
Or rook b7? Well, the thing is, like, she's preparing some sort of a check.
That's true.
So we do have to see that. And Harika did kind of walk into that check idea. Now her king could just move back to f7. Maybe that's what she should do, just kind of stay out of the checks, you know? Maybe she's done a lot of walking with the king, but I think she can continue to do that. So what's the time situation? She's got 9 minutes against 4.
It was 13 against 4 before.
Yeah, well, Goryachkina has been doing a good job of holding things. Now, all right, let's go quickly to take a look at Polina Shuvalova because things are looking really bad for her. And let's see, after g5, powerful move by Salimova. Queen g3, queen e4, rook g1. Oh, she allowed...
Queen d3.
She allowed the queen in. And then there was a big capture. Oh, using this situation. And White's position is just falling apart. And Shuvalova's, you know, dream of getting a ticket into the candidates is also falling apart. And I mean, well, they just like, how can you play when there's a knight on h4? What can you do against this piece? You can't move anything.
Yeah, the king also is stuck.
You're pinned, and she's about to go bishop a6 and just mate you on e2. Okay, one check isn't going to save the day, and she just played king d1.
And just rook c8 maybe, yeah?
I mean, what chances does Shuvalova have here? I mean, she has to, like, hope that she gets a chance to take the pawn, maybe give a check. Still not checkmate, but, you know. Okay, yeah, I like rook c8. She played that. And now...
Knight d5.
Knight d5. It's looking... Oh, it's looking very dubious, doesn't it? It looks like this is where you calculate the forced win, the forced mate. But she's actually offering a queen trade, let's not forget.
So queen e2, king c2 or c1, if taking on c7 and then just pin it back, like, or even like queen c4 and takes on. Oh man, it's just almost over, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of moves that she can try here.
There's also knight f3.
Yeah,
you just have to calculate.
You got two checks. You got two checks, so you got to look at the checks, right? But okay, I mean, so this one, she goes here. Then you have actually another interesting check. But maybe, you know, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, now I also have this check. And I mean, now I have a very bad feeling now that your queen is cut. Well, when I say bad feeling, I mean, okay, I see the checkmate, so it's a really bad feeling. That's just one way. I mean, I think that there's...
Yeah, there are many ways to win
There's
this.
more than this to win, but this is quite forcing, isn't it? Check.
And rook has to go back, I guess.
Right. Well, if the rook goes back...
Then we can just
that's
take...
not, there's bishop e2.
Yeah,
if the rook goes back, it's over.
Yeah.
So you have to go bishop c1. Then I give you a check. I mean, both of these moves lose to knight f3. And you got to give up your queen. You got to give up your queen and...
take on c8, takes knight
yeah,
e7.
you have a fork. I mean, it's quite winning for black.
Bishop
right?
e4. Oh, no.
I mean, you can't
anything.
really...
And we have, I think, another draw between Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit. So their match will continue to the 10 minutes and 10-second tiebreak.
Yeah, I think if Polina loses this game, like, her match will be the most heartbreaking. But like I said, you know, that g4 move, you know, letting in the knight to h4, it seemed to have a very negative impact on her position and the way this game went. And from that moment, it just never felt like she was back in the game again. But Salimova played nicely. Her move g5 was excellent. And g5 and queen e4, beautiful idea. She just found a way to ostracize the white queen on g3. And she is down to 18 seconds. Is she going to find the forced win here? Okay, she went for rook takes c7. Okay, well, that's pretty forcing. Knight takes c7, you just sort of automatically do. But yeah, it basically it's the same idea. She's going to go queen b1.
Or queen d3 first, and then those things that we mentioned.
Maybe
happen.
she should. Yeah, maybe she should at least throw in the trade of the queens, Polina. Oh,
Yeah.
she definitely should.
She has to, because otherwise it's just going to be checkmate.
Yeah, actually, and then I don't really. I mean, I'm sure Black is doing just fine, but you know, she's still down a pawn. Why did she do that? Why did she do that?
Oh
Whoa.
no, Knight.
Oh no! Wait, queen is on b1.
Oh, queen
is
b1
on
first.
Oh,
yeah,
it happened.
It
Okay.
happened. Queen b1, and
yeah,
then
we missed that.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Queen b1 happened, and then the trade of the rooks.
Yes, and then no, she did perfectly what
And then
we
bishop,
discussed.
yeah. So
Bishop
she's
E2,
going for what we're talking
and knight
about.
f3. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's
We
reasonable
found that.
position now.
Yeah, it's very similar. I mean, in the end, we can take that rook, but
Yeah.
oh, Polina, it's going to be a sad,
Yeah.
sad
So
evening.
she took it and take on e8, take on f3, take on e8.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is not the position where the rook and the knight is better than the queen.
Yeah, I think you can actually get the knight within a few moves. Like queen g6 maybe.
She doesn't have a lot of time, it's just 20 seconds, so I guess that's the only hope. But the position is so hopeless.
Yeah. Queen g6, I think it's a good move. And then after knight c7, that knight is... Hang on. No, she...
Bishop c6. Okay.
Bishop c6.
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
It is an okay move. The
Yeah.
knight might just be getting trapped because these pieces are not ready to help out anytime soon.
So taking on d6, taking on a4, yeah? Queen c2 is there. Yeah, so we might have our first winner very soon. I think this
certainly
should be
a
game over.
surprise. Certainly a surprise, especially after yesterday's game.
Yeah. Well, I think in a way, Salimova deserves that because she should be able to hold the game yesterday.
Yeah.
And not to lose that one. And no need to play for the tiebreak. But she did, and this position is just
All right, well,
busted.
let's take a look then. What is going on with Goryachkina and Harika? Is Harika, who's down to 6 minutes against a minute 28, is she going to be able to find a way to break through? So it feels like...
There's some improvement because there is no longer a pawn on a4.
Okay, so she captured a white pawn, yeah? But it does look very similar to the position we were looking at a while ago, right? Like nothing has fundamentally changed. The rook is still here. These pieces are still like clumped over here. And she
Bishop
played
f5.
Bishop f5, back to that square. Okay. So it's too dangerous to take the pawn because there's going to be rook takes bishop perhaps, and then some kind of queen c3 or queen c3 right away. And what did Goryachkina answer with? She already made a move. And one of her bishops moved, I feel.
d1, bishop d1.
Bishop d1, there you go. Now it's hiding behind the king, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So basically, how does she get this rook into the game? She still hasn't managed to do that. But she made a move. Because now it's Goryachkina's turn. Again. So Harika did something.
Oh, no, she's still thinking. Harika is still thinking.
Harika's still thinking, but for some reason the clock here is going for white. Okay, weird. Yeah, Goryachkina has a minute 18 versus 5 minutes. Bishop, someone went to e8.
c8, c8.
c8. She goes back with the bishop. Okay. So she's been moving the bishop back and forth for a few times. She doesn't know exactly what to do.
Yeah, I think she's still figuring out. Oh, rook b7 is maybe the idea here.
Maybe she will go for that. Okay.
And knight goes to
e2?
e2.
Yes. Well, how about queen h6 at some point? Is that possible? Can she just go queen h6? I mean, I guess if you go queen h6, the king starts like escaping this way.
Yeah, she did queen h6.
She went for my not very, well, it's an okay idea, actually. King d2, queen h1. Right, and she starts going after the knight. That makes sense to me. Yeah, so like she has to save this knight, so she's got to go king d2. Then we go down here anyway. She played king d2. Queen h1, and now...
Can you take?
Take what?
The g2. G2 singing, right?
Oh, it's a white's turn right now. So like white could go maybe knight e1. But at some point, it's getting pretty scary. There's rook f1. There's
the g3.
And then I think there's g3. I think it's really time to just promote that pawn. It's enough.
Yep.
I think now is like it's starting to look like she's making big progress. All right, so queen h6, king d2 on the board. And Harika just needs to play queen h1. She's got certainly plenty of time to figure this out. Meanwhile, let's just take a look at Elizabeth versus Anna.
What is this?
Wow. It seems like some big progress made by Anna. You know, she actually has the kind of pawn that Polina Shuvalova had in the previous game, and she is up 2 pawns now. She's up 2 pawns. Time is pretty similar. She's under a minute. Elizabeth is going to go under a minute right now. And things are not looking that good for Elizabeth.
No, it's not looking good.
Yeah, only a miracle is going to help her save this position. I mean, she doesn't even have rook g1 here. What did she play? She played her knight to c6. Pawn moved to g3. Yeah,
and king e3.
King e3, g5, right? It's going to be over. Just g5, support the knight, play g2.
Also, you can play f2, g2, because after takes, then rook f8 and then rook f1.
Yeah.
If you want to. And just giving up the knight. But g5, of course, is very safe.
Yeah, she played that. Yeah, this is looking hopeless for Elizabeth, so we're going to see this match continue. And we're going to probably be seeing Harika continue as well. Let's take a look. What did she do? She played queen h2 instead of queen h1, and then she pushed the pawn to g3. That's fine. Bishop c2, and she is thinking now.
Rook f2.
Rook f2, okay.
And Goryachkina is under a minute now, so yeah, this is a very tense moment because I think Harika already feels it that she is making a comeback, and she really needs this game to be won by her because
you know what's going to happen after bishop takes. She'll take with the g pawn, and this knight is actually going to be trapped.
And also f1 is unstoppable.
Yeah, and she
And Salimova is the first player
to end the
tiebreak. Yeah, and who is she going to play next? That's a good question. Oh, she's waiting for the winner between Elizabeth and Anna.
Wow. Well, congratulations to Nurgul Salimova. She definitely beat a very strong player.
She made many good upsets too. Yeah,
and
very strong performance.
She got a big amount of luck in that first game today. Maybe that luck is very hard to overcome. I guess it's a good lesson of why you should always keep checks in reserve. You know, Polina used up her check, then she didn't have it when she needed it.
Yes.
So it was certainly very sad for Polina. I don't know. I feel like she could have continued her journey here. It would have also been logical to me based on the way that she's been playing. But what can you do? Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Rook f2, and now the position on the board is it coming close to an end after she gave up the knight. She let the bishop in. Yeah, it is definitely coming close to an end. All right. Yeah. Now you can do anything.
There's some moves there, but
they're playing
we'll
moves.
get it soon. And yes, and Harika won the second game, so she's forcing a further tiebreak on their match. And the second match will be 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And we'll take a look the game between Elizabeth versus Anna.
I have
This
to
is the last game
say,
standing.
that's like an amazing comeback by Harika, beating one of the top-rated players here. I mean, the top-rated player left in the field. Who was, she was actually the highest rated, I think maybe even higher than Ju Wen-jun, right?
Yep.
She's playing board one, and beating her with the black pieces in a must-win situation is big accomplishment.
Yeah, so let's see. This one is almost also close to an end. And yeah, Elizabeth Paehtz resigned. So this match...
Both players winning with the black pieces.
Yep.
Wow.
So it means we will have 3 matches going to the next tiebreak of 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Nepomniachtchi will be playing Vidit. Goryachkina will be playing Harika, and Elizabeth Paehtz will be playing Anna Muzychuk. So, yep, and if the match will still be tight, then they will go for the Blitz section. So stay tuned, because we will be starting the second rapid tiebreak very soon after this break.
Yeah, 2 comebacks in this game in this round was amazing.
Yep, so see you in a bit.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone. And we have just a liftoff. So today we'll be saying 4 tiebreaks and 1 tiebreak already ended. That is between Nurgul Salimova versus Polina Shuvalova. And now the players are on to their second rapid tiebreak, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds for 2 games. So if the match will still be even, they will move forward to the Blitz tiebreak. So we will see if any of these matches going for a further one. And we see on the camera the only tiebreak in the open section between Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit Santosh.
Yeah, we have an English opening chosen by Nepo. So he did d4 in the previous game. Now he went to c4. And Vidit making the most, I would say, principled move, pawn to d4 in this position. Now, how is he going to follow that up? Is it pawn to c5 or no, knight to c6? He decides he doesn't need the pawn on c5 supporting the center. I want to just point out that we saw amazing fighting spirit in the previous round, because in the women's side, 2 must-win games with the black pieces were won.
Yes.
And actually, ironically, the one person who had the white pieces didn't win. But and that's how Nurgul Salimova is through against Polina Shuvalova. But Harika and Anna Muzychuk are continuing their journeys here at the World Cup.
Yes, exactly. And what I really like is the competition in the women's section is always vicious. You know, they always play their best, and we've seen no draw so far, no single draw in the women's section.
Right. Only decisive games.
Only decisive games
so
for
draws,
both games.
Yeah, have come from the match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vidit. And of course, this game might produce something different as we get to shorter time control. Jan just played d3, and Vidit seems at least slightly worse prepared for this line than he has been, so far in this match. He took a little bit of time to think here about where to develop his bishop. He went bishop c5 and knight d2 by Nepo.
Yep. And this position has been played numerous times. The knight could go to a3. That's one of the main lines. But also the knight can go to d2. And now maybe a5, bishop e7, castle. Those are the moves that black has to continue.
Yeah, I kind of remember a Magnus Carlsen game from this year, I think, where maybe, I feel like it might have even been this opening, but it was certainly this kind of structure where, like, at some point he did that, but somehow, like, his rook wound up eventually coming out in some strange way.
I remember this game, yeah.
It was kind of amazing. I can't remember who he was playing. Maybe it was even Jan Christoph Duda. But, yeah, that rings a bell. So, Vidit is lost in thought here. A5 does seem to be quite logical, because knight b3 is coming unless you plan to pull the bishop away back to e7 and then let me play e3, right? So I wonder what he's taking his time on. But let's quickly go and take a look at Elizabeth Paehtz versus Anna Muzychuk. And Elizabeth goes for a rarer move on move 2. Knight c6, queen c4, knight f6, knight c3, and d5. And this one has caught her a bit by surprise.
Yeah, d5. But I really like this move because it gives like a lot of activity for black. Usually when you are facing some interesting line or very old line or rare line like this, queen c4, yeah, you just want to get all your pieces out as quick as possible.
It seems to be some kind of a new move, right? Do you see, I don't see any games with this move, at least not in the Lichess database. And that means Anna is coming very well prepared with something that, novelty in the sideline. And Elizabeth is thinking here about actually how to recapture this pawn, right? With the pawn, allowing, knight b4. The point basically is that black just wants to solve the problems right away, attacking these 2 pawns, and then after you develop, she takes with the knight, which I think is the best way to do it, but after you develop, black takes back here with an equal game. So d5 is basically black's way of just challenging this pawn immediately. She took with the knight.
Yes, and on my database, d5 was played once only, and it was back in 1920.
Wow. Okay, so the Lead Chess database is incomplete, yeah? It misses that game from 1920. Okay. Knight takes d5, and while Anna is thinking, I'm not so sure why, because she's the one who came up with the novelty, so she should know what to do. It seems like the main move here is bishop e6. Okay. But she traded the knights. Okay, and then I guess she wants to go knight b4. That's another way to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think this is just pure calculation by Anna because she took almost like 2 minutes to come up with d5. So she's not prepared against this line.
You think she's not prepared against this line. Okay. So knight b4. And now how is Elizabeth going to save the pawn on d5? She actually doesn't really have a way to save it, does she?
I don't think so, unless you go with queen e4, but there's queen e7 and c2 is also hanging.
So if you give a check trying to play c4, then there is queen e7, right?
Yep. Unless you want to go bishop d3 here, but again, knight d5 is there. So it's not really
d3.
working as well.
Yeah.
Or many moves, actually. You can take on e4 and then play a5. Or you can actually...
You can even take here, maybe.
Yeah, I
and,
think this is also fine, too.
You know, give white the double pawns, for example. Could be interesting. Okay, so knight b4 and Elizabeth... So you think it's actually possible that Elizabeth surprised her with this line and she came up with this d5 move over the board?
Yes.
Huh? Oh, wow. Okay.
Because any other
it's
move...
kind of logical, too.
Any other move like d6 is also possible, but I don't know... I don't know why Anna didn't like it. Maybe also because she didn't want to go into
theory. Yeah,
theory.
Bishop b4 is the main move, actually, by far the most popular. But d5 is very interesting, and we'll see if she manages to solve her problems playing like this. Actually, so after knight takes, pawn takes, I think
knight b4.
Queen
it's
e4
on the board.
is on the board, right? So she actually went for queen e4, which we don't really think promises white very much, right?
I'm thinking, oh, maybe she has this queen e7, bishop b5.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to say that there's even bishop e7 in castles.
That too.
That's something that you could think about, right?
And bishop b5, just bishop d7, yeah?
Yeah. Like if you go c4, I mean, you're falling quite a bit behind in development. So I wouldn't think that it's so crazy to go for bishop e7 as well. But queen e7 is the obvious move, I would say, because then you're pretty much guaranteed to get your pawn back. So she went queen e7, yeah.
Oh, what's interesting is after bishop b5, the best move is king d8.
King d8.
You don't care about this.
Because bishop here, you kind of...
I think it's okay to play bishop d7, but king d8 will give some edge for black's position. Because you will trade the queen anyway. So
and what about c6? Just I'm curious what happens on c6.
Takes on e7.
It takes on e7. Bishop takes.
And then takes on c6.
And then go to a4 or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so she actually played bishop b5, by the way. It's on the board.
So will Anna play king d8 or bishop d7, do you think?
Well, I think king d8 is like a very hard move to even think of, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
King d8, well, maybe. I mean, I guess because like she knows she's getting the queen trade, so it's not that scary to keep the king in the center.
But she's reaching the bishop.
Yeah, she's reaching for the bishop because, I mean, king d8 is just like, it's hard to even conceive of that move, right? So she goes bishop d7. And now what's our point? Are we going to be taking on d7, king takes, and...
You have to take on e7,
yeah,
too.
It certainly doesn't look like any problems for black, who has all the development. It actually feels like white is the one who needs to work to equalize this position, doesn't it?
Yep, because how are you handling this threat on c2? And also, black is already pretty much developed. Everything, you just have to get the rooks out.
Yeah, well, it's kind of sad to have to go king d1, isn't it? Because it seems to be my main idea. And then after knight f3, I guess white is going to try to go c3, king c2, and kind of hold on for the draw, which should be doable. I think this is actually doable. This is like a pretty safe square for the king. But overall, I think Anna has met Elizabeth's idea quite well.
Yep, I totally agree. Yeah, this is totally not the way that you want things to be done as white pieces. So
yeah, she's going to go for king d1. We're actually going to see this on the board very soon. But okay, now let's go back and take a look at Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit Gujarati. 7 pawns against 7. White's got the center. Black is trying to chase this knight away. So it's actually quite an interesting position, I would say.
I think white is thinking whether or not to push d5 now. Or else you just want to play knight f3, a4, and then knight c1.
And Jan has quite a big edge on the clock. So even though Vidit's position is fine, he's got almost twice less time than Jan.
And he's played it. He's played knight f3, so
Knight
not
f3.
to be committal with d5.
I think that makes sense. And at some point, you know, the same way that black is going after white's knight, we can go after this knight, possibly as an idea, right? So he went knight f3. I kind of like that move. A4 makes sense to me.
Knight c1.
Knight c1.
Yep, he's played it. And knight c1 should be on the board.
Okay.
Yes.
And now black needs to figure out how maybe he can do something quickly to take advantage of white's lack of harmony.
It's a question whether you just push a3 and then put the knight on b4, because I think you need to open up this line. In the diagonal for black's bishop.
Yeah, I think a3.
Yeah, a3
yeah,
play.
it's on the board. I think positionally speaking, it's quite a good move.
Yeah.
Making white push their pawns to light squares.
And knight b4.
And you want to go knight b4 and c5? Is that your...
Not necessarily c5, but I think I just want to open this diagonal for my bishop.
Although, I don't know. I think c5 in general is not a bad idea, right?
Yeah, it is too.
No, I mean, I'm saying knight, c5, that's going to be your main way of supporting that knight. So, he's not going for that one.
He's gone for queen d6.
He wants to put pressure on d4 first.
That's
okay.
very smart.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, I like this idea too. Queen d6 and then put the rook on d8 and see how white is dealing with the d4 pawn.
Yeah, this move was also interesting. Maybe it would have even been better. Same kind of idea, but the queen is kind of like not going to be in the way of the rook.
But what after knight knight e5? Queen f6, knight e5?
Yeah, knight e5, and then maybe we just take and go back. But yeah, it's kind of like he's a little pinned, right? So I can see why he didn't want to go for this. He went queen d6. And is there still a move like knight e5? Seems to still be possible. I don't know if it's any good, because you're not really hitting this knight anymore. They can just go rook d8. Right? So it's not very, very productive.
Knight d3.
Knight d3, okay. So now we have to figure out why this cannot be taken. It's actually kind of an important question. Because knight takes, knight takes, and bishop takes. Are we not getting away with this? You do have knight b5, right? But then I have queen c6.
And knight b4, maybe?
It might look like you're trying to win the bishop, but
just queen f3.
Maybe even queen b7.
Oh, yeah.
Just hold everything.
And takes on c7.
The black is quite comfortable there, right? Or... yeah, actually I have rook d8 too. I don't even have to. I don't want to even give up this bishop. I'm just gonna let you have the pawn, and he goes for it.
Yeah, Did Ian miss this? I think he missed something in his calculation.
Yeah, well, he takes quickly. Bishop takes g2, so Vidit's got it calculated.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see any good point about it.
If king takes, then, just queen takes d4, black is up a pawn.
Right.
So white's got to do something, and I don't know. These moves don't look terribly convincing because they also open up the f-file for the rook.
I can just give up an exchange, maybe.
But you actually want to look at this, right?
Bishop
Because-
e7. I'll go bishop e7.
You want to go, well,
Yeah.
but that you need to calculate, it's an inspired idea to try to just keep the bishop, but, white is up an exchange here, and maybe the attack on the diagonal is not like deadly.
Queen c6.
Queen
And then you have
C6
to play
and
king f1
and
or
f3
f3.
as well.
Mm.
I feel like this is less clear, right?
Yeah.
Because actually black risks something here as well. So after knight takes e6, and he just does it. Yeah, now we need to figure out what we're doing. It could be as simple as pawn takes e6.
But this could only mean that, black is looking better. Just, I don't know, because of the king situation.
Yeah, because I think of the strong rooks on the open files.
Yeah, he took it with the pawn, king takes g2.
Beautiful
and-
rooks and queen, and still some threats against the king. I mean, in terms of pawn structure, okay, that pawn is weak, but white's not really in a position to be attacking it. Actually, where does the knight go right now?
Rook e3.
Rook e3 is on the
I
board.
think you can just give a check, right? Or anything, basically. Or even double the rook to d-file, I don't know. I like the idea of rook d7 because you never know which file that you're going to double the rook on d or f.
Well, white's idea, I guess, is just queen e2 and rook e1. And if white manages to do that, then they might even take over this game at some point, based on this weakness. So black has to play pretty well at this stage, and he has a lot less time than Nepo does. So that's actually makes it a little challenging, right? Like queen d4 is a move. You could try to latch on to this rook. There's actually so much to think about for black. So many moves look possible. So there's, I would say there's the check that you need to look at.
Or even knight e7, knight
Yeah,
f5.
knight e7 to f5 is an idea if you think that your knight's not really that useful here anymore and you don't see a way to sacrifice him. I mean, this is kind of tricky because I do like the idea of destabilizing that rook, because you still can't take the pawn, so you'd have to...
And knight d4. Oh, this could be an idea.
Yeah, and then there, then I gotta take.
Takes. But now you have queen f3. I mean, queen c6 and then f3. Oh, here knight f3 also possible.
Like in this position, knight f3? Yeah, it's possible. I would say the position doesn't look very clear to me.
But Vidit has to move very fast now. He's down to 2 minutes.
This is the tricky part, that Nepo maybe hasn't played so well, but he's played so quickly and well enough to not have it be easy for Vidit. And you can actually feel the stress that Vidit is under. I know exactly how he feels, actually.
And he's gone for it, knight e7.
Yeah, knight e7, good for him. He knows that he has a nice position. He knows that, but it's a question of you're under time trouble to find these best moves. So he makes a good start with knight e7.
Yep, gotta improve that knight.
And is this our most exciting game so far? I think so. I think the ladies' games, they're looking pretty balanced for now. So yeah, we're gonna stick with this one, especially because Vidit doesn't have much time.
Yep, he's pretty much already in time trouble. Wow. I'm sure that after knight d3, I'm sure Ian missed something in his calculation.
Okay, he goes queen g4.
Knight f5 is automatic, I guess.
Yeah, queen g4 and knight f5, and his point is what? That he's going to go rook f3. And he wanted the queen on g4 for that. Okay, well, I feel like you got to go knight f5, rook f3.
And I can pin, can I?
Yeah,
or maybe
you can
not.
pin.
Knight e5.
Yeah, then there's knight e5. What to do for black?
Or also you can play just rook f6, for example.
Well, maybe, maybe queen attacking.
Queen c6.
Knight there and queen c5. Is that what he's going for? I think so.
I think b7.
You think
Or
b7?
a8 even. He's gone for
I'm thinking-
A8.
Oh, he's gone for A8. Okay. So he's got Nepo in a pin. He's threatening knight D4.
Yeah.
So Nepo's basically got to move his king, right? It's got to go like king G1.
Mm-hmm. Okay, H3.
Well, yeah, I don't know. That looks a little risky. I don't know if he's going to be that brave. But what's wrong with king G1?
Yeah, king
he goes
G1.
king G1. And he's doing a really good job at, like, putting the time trouble.
Rook D4
Yeah, on
and Rook F4.
Vidit. So rook D2, rook D4, rook F4. You know, black hasn't really made any progress, right? That's the thing. Like, white's kept everything together, and the clock situation is really quite critical.
Rook D2.
Rook D2, okay. But still very sharp. Maybe rook E. Oh, you can't really go rook E1 because you might lose that pawn. So rook D2 looks nice. What's Nepo going to do? Is he going to be going like H4? He made some move. He went knight F3, attacking the rook. He wants to get rid of that rook. Maybe wants to. How about rook B2?
Yeah, that looks safe. I think he might do it.
Rook B2. At least you're protected there and you stay active, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he did it. And then knight G5.
Knight
yeah.
G5.
That pressure.
That's
it's
pressuring.
like, you know, the problem is that he plays so fast, and it doesn't really matter if your position is fine or a bit better. It's like you're not. It's really hard to keep up with him. I can see now, like, you know, where his strength comes from in this, like, these fast time controls. I mean, look at the time difference: 7.5 minutes to 1:11.
Yeah. And now things are easier for Ian to keep playing because you only have a few moves on the board.
Yeah,
and
queen
Queen
C6,
C6, Rook E1.
Rook E1, and now it's
Very
like
straightforward.
he just continues putting on the pressure on Vidit. It's like, who's even, you know, who's playing for the win here, right? In terms of even the board now.
Rook F6.
And now there's stuff to calculate, right?
Yeah, what I don't like about Vidit's position is there's no harmony between among the pieces. And instead, white has it. All white's pieces are working harmoniously. So, and Vidit has only about 1 minute on the clock, and it's going to be very hard for him.
Let me show you a way that I found for Jan to lose. If he tries taking this pawn, remove the guard tactic to, I don't know, to try to win this, there's actually a checkmate on the back rank. So he can't go for that tactic. So he's got to do something else. Because otherwise, I mean, there is a lot of pressure on E6, so I'm sure that's something he would like to look at. But you can't really leave with this rook from the back rank. And black can't wait to chase that knight away.
Yeah, what about H4 here? Or Queen D1 is on the board.
Queen D1, okay.
Trying
so
D8, yeah.
can we just go H6?
H6,
Queen D8,
Queen
rook
D8,
F8.
and Rook F8.
I feel like you want to look at H6. You know, of course it's tricky, but if it doesn't lose, then it's a good idea. He does it. All right. I think it holds together. There's a crazy line. I just started looking at that with Queen D8.
You just take everything.
Rook
yeah?
F8, where you sack the queen, and you sack here. You take the pawn, and I guess King G8, Rook F5. Well, you have Rook, Knight, and Pawn. But of course, that doesn't look that inspiring for white. He's not going to go for this line, but what is he going to go for? So H6, good move by Vidit. At least trying to force that dangerous knight back. He could go knight E4 here, but then the rook just comes back, right? Then it's an easy move for black to make. He gets a little bit of relief. He could go knight F3. That's maybe what I would do. Just not going in for some forcing line, but then your pieces are getting a bit awkward, right? Your pieces are getting awkward. He actually went to E4, Rook F8. Okay. Rook F8. And let's not forget that this pawn is going to be relevant. What did Nepo just do?
And he's reaching for G4.
You think he played G4?
G4.
Wow.
Wow. Then, wow. He's turned this to be a very sharp position now.
Okay.
And what about this knight h4 that we saw in the previous game against Salimova?
Yeah, this knight, he's inviting the knight either come in here, but you can't really go there because I take, and queen d8. That's the idea. So you need to like block the d file. He has to go to d6. All right. Vidit is doing a good job, but like the time situation is hard. These guys really pressure you on the clock, you know? All right, but knight d6 is nice and solid, blocking the d file. And whoa, there's still so much to calculate. So if knight takes d6, can I take your rook? Ooh, so if I take your rook and you take my rook and I take here, luckily you can take with the queen and your rook is still strong enough to hold everything in the endgame. So he did go
also,
for
there's
that.
queen f3 and then you have to go king e7. That's...
So I think black is kind of out of danger in a practical sense. I think, you know, his position is not like too difficult to play, actually, after the trade of those rooks, because white's very committed with this. And by the way, queen f3 here is an idea, right? And we need to make sure...
King e7 has to be played.
Yeah, or knight f7, right? But I guess you're right, like probably king e7.
He took on d6.
Yeah, he took on d6 and queen d6 and queen f3. Okay. So just king g8.
Yep.
Vidit's got 49 seconds.
I think that's a safer square for the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go king g8.
It's enough time to figure this out. So king g8, he's quite safe. And like again, you know, the rook is so powerful on b2 and the a2 pawn is hanging.
No, he's gone for king e7.
He's gone for king e7. Why would you go into the center?
Probably he thinks that it's safe anyway.
It's safe enough. It's safe enough. All right, queen
c3. And I think you move back to f7.
Move back to f7, yeah.
Yep, and he did it.
I hope he's not going to take the repetition.
Queen f3.
Just go king g8 and just keep it going. You're not really risking anything. But he's been pressured so much on the clock in this game. I don't know if he's going to have the fortitude to not... Oh, and Nepo looks like he's like, all right, repetition, fine.
Yeah, maybe Nepo also realized that he doesn't have anything on this position, so repetition is fine. King f7 again. So,
yeah.
Oh, I think they're going for another draw.
They're going for a draw. And the thing is that Vidit has an advantage in this position, but he needs to go king g8.
He's gone for king g8.
Oh, good for him. Good for him. That's the way to play if you want to win these matches, right?
Of course, yes.
I mean, because, again, you're basically counting on the fact that your rook is going to take that pawn. It's so hard to hold it. There's no rook e2 because of queen d1. The white king's a bit weak.
But there's also a chance, like, if you want to play, like, for queen a8, for example.
He went rook d1.
Rook d1.
So tricky. I mean, he just wants to go rook here, check, and get that king. I mean, you know, I'm not going to be shocked if Vidit loses this game. But, like, I still think he did the right thing.
Yeah.
You know?
I think you have to go rook d2. Or queen f8.
Queen f8, okay. Queen f8 is fine. Actually nice because it's like there's also a tempo over here and he's not letting the rook come to d8. Okay. It's got 36 seconds.
So rook endgames will not be in white's favor.
Yeah, rook endgames are going to be terrible because of the hanging pawn in a2. So he needs something else.
And we have a finished game there on...
It's a draw.
Harika versus Goryachkina, and it's a draw.
Yeah, no, I think the excitement is going to be in this round. It's going to be in the open section. That's what the position is telling us. So he went queen e3, avoiding the trade and losing the pawn. So Vidit makes some progress. He wins himself a pawn. Nepo could take on e6. He could take on e6, but then he's still going to have to come back and defend the pawn on f2.
But he has to take it anyway. Or what else?
Yeah.
Oh, g5.
G5. All right. He is going for the perpetual on e6 and h3. What a tricky move. What a tricky move. Can we just go queen f5? Can I just be brave and allow you to give me one check?
I like queen f5.
Yeah, I like queen f5. It's like, there you go.
Yep.
Beautiful centralization. Guard e6.
Also, queen g4 is the threat.
Yeah, and prevent white from going g6 and save the king, the square h7 for the king.
And white doesn't have time to take on h6
Nepo
now.
might lose this game, and if he loses, he's going to be shocked. He's going to be shocked because he kind of like had such a big time advantage, and he had some initiative. He had some initiative, and he even thought that like Vidit was going for the repetition. But I'm telling you, that king g8 move was such a key, like that Vidit forced himself, despite the time situations, to play on. That was very
brave of him.
Very gutsy, yeah. That's exactly the kind of thing. It reminds me of what Ding did when he just avoided the repetition in his final game against Nepo,
also
actually.
Against Nepo.
Yeah.
So take on h6, that's on the board.
He took on h6, okay.
And now some calculation to do, yeah?
Yeah, well, we can force a queen trade now, right? Like, we can force a queen trade maybe, but I don't know if we're promoting our pawn.
And Anna Muzychuk won the first game against Elizabeth Paehtz.
Okay, this is tough for Elizabeth, losing 2 games with white in a row. This London system didn't work out very well, and now she also got kind of nothing out of the opening. But
yep, Vidit has to play now. Less than 10 seconds on the clock.
Okay, did he give a check?
Yeah, queen g4.
He played rook
a1 first.
Rook a1, king g2,
and he's gone for the
g4.
rook's endgame. So he thought that this is enough to win.
And probably he will be taking on h6 right now.
Or maybe rook b1. Rook b1 is cool because you want to push a2. But then after, he took
just
it
get rid of the pawn.
Just get rid of the pawn.
I mean, he is actually up a pawn here with a strong.
Okay, rook a8.
Yeah, good chances to win this position, right? I mean, now he just has to kind of figure out how to use his king.
Yeah, the e pawn is also a passer, so it's going to be very hard.
Sorry. Actually, he took with the not with the f pawn. He took with the h pawn.
Oh,
yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's.
There
we go.
Otherwise, it would be just easy for black, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so he goes a2. At least now Vidit knows that Nepo can never...
so b4. Yeah.
Nepo can never move his rook off the a file. King g5. So what? b5 happened or c5?
Just refresh the
b5. Board. Okay, c5, b5, and king g5. So white made some move here.
Yeah, this should be winning for Vidit. So
what happened after b5? Do we know?
There. King f3 just played.
King f3.
King g5.
King g5.
And you cannot go to e4. You can only go to e2, but then only means king g4, even like, king g4, king h3, king g2. This sort of maneuver.
White is very restricted on what they can do, while this king can sort of go anywhere he wants.
So rook a7, you can ignore that. Just play e4. Yes, I like it.
Yeah.
King e2.
And by the way,
king
e3.
King g2.
Sorry,
king
because
g2
e3 is a really cool idea. Yeah. King g2. And now this king is just kind of free to come in wherever
king
he
f6.
wants.
Yeah, because it wants to go to the other side.
Yes.
g4.
Maybe just g5.
Yeah, g5. Just fix the pawn structure.
Why not? Yes.
Yep. And then king e5, king
and then
d4.
the king just goes over here, and it's actually really bad. Wow. Nepo is going to be, I think, quite stunned. I mean, he still has 5 minutes left at the end of this game.
Or in this position, you can play king f4, king e5, king f4, and just take on g4, because white's king will never be able to protect it.
Yeah, this king is completely stuck. Completely stuck.
I think Nepo will resign.
But can I just show this really cool... Well, okay, I guess I'll show my cool trick later. Let's just watch. What did he do? He did c6.
He did c6,
king
and
e6.
then king e6.
And then king h2.
You can just collect all the pawns, right?
Yeah.
King d5.
It's not like white can do much.
And
just
even
go king c4.
Yeah.
And the white king is completely in a box.
And Vidit won the first game of the 10-minute plus 10.
Nice effort by Vidit. I mean, this was like, just not succumbing to that pressure that Nepo was applying on the clock was actually amazing. And let's just take a look at this one moment I wanted to show you guys about where if the king would have gone to e2,
Yeah.
There's a really cool trick in these positions that can be used to open up the second rank. Sorry, a bad arrow. To open up this rank to go e3. And it would have been a very nice trick too. So the point is, if you take with the pawn, second rank is open, you get that rook skewer. If they take your pawn, you win their rook. And obviously if they take with a king, you have a check and you promote your pawn. And, well, if they do anything else, if they move their pawn, then eventually you will just kind of do that. And basically you just want to take, and go rook h1. So that's a nice little typical trick you might want to remember about rook endgames to get that famous skewer on the second rank. So we had a really exciting round, Irene.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And,
it's a good spirit that Vidit showed on the game. Yeah, I really admire that. Very brave indeed, despite of the time situation. And so on the next game of the 10 minutes plus 10 seconds, Nepomniachtchi is in a must-win situation. So is Elizabeth Paehtz, who lost the first game against Anna Muzychuk, and the other game, Alexandra Goryachkina drew against Harika. So they have, they still tied the match. So, yeah. So while the players are taking their breaks and probably preparing for their next game, we will also be taking our break. So see you after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
So I'm joined by Nuriul Salimova, who has just defeated Shuvalova in the round 5 and qualifies for semi-finals of the World Cup. I expect you're very, very happy.
Of course. I mean, when I came here, I, of course, didn't have such expectations and so on, but I really gave my best. I will still give my best. I really prepare very serious. And this year is going well for me since the beginning of the year. So, I mean, it's, of course, nobody will expect something like this, but for me, it wasn't something impossible. And I'm, of course, very happy. Of course, I was also today defeating very strong player, Polina Shuvalova. So this makes me extra happy.
So you already showed your skills in the rapid play when you played that tough match against Medina Aulia. But today, the first game of the rapid was unbelievably complicated. It seemed more or less equal. At some point, it seemed that Shuvalova was going to win, and then she mixed up the move order, low on time, and then you were winning. What were your thoughts after that finished?
Okay, it was really complicated. I, of course, noticed that I was lost. I didn't check the game because there was no time. I mean, I just saw my second opening and I came back to the playing hall. But I think when she played rook c1, this was some wrong move order because I played some bishop g8, which was quite tricky. I think she could just play like g2, rook f7, king e5, I think. And then, I don't know, there was some line that she takes with on g1 with the rook and takes on g8 and stops me from promoting, something like this. But we both were really short on time, so okay. Fortunately for me, she didn't notice that.
Then in the second game, of course, she repeated the same line as the other day, but you came well prepared, and the position was completely, I mean, it could have gone any way, but at some point you invaded with your queen and game over.
Yeah, actually yesterday I was the most mad about this because in my head, when she played this opening, I messed up with some other opening and I played c6, and then when I noticed, I was like shocked. I mean, how I can do this at quarterfinal in World Cup. But okay, of course I checked immediately, and okay, today I'm not sure about the evolution of the second game, but it still wasn't very easy for me to figure out what was exactly going on. But then after this move G5 and Queen E4, it looked crushing for me, no? It looked good. I mean, I don't know when she messed up, or I don't know the evolution at all. So.
Very complicated. So now you've gone through to the semi-finals. You will be facing either Elizabeth Paehtz or Anna Muzychuk. Elizabeth won the first game in the tiebreak, but now Anna's just equalized, so they go on to the next stage. Do you have any preference? What are your past history with these two players?
Both of them are my teammates in the German Bundesliga, and I know I know them quite well. I have played both of them. Actually, previous World Cup, I got eliminated by Elizabeth Paehtz. Of course, both are quite strong players. Of course, they are going to be favorites, but I'm still going to give my best, and it is what it is.
Okay. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. And the second game of the 10-minute plus 10-second tiebreak is about to start. And before, we had two decisive results between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit Santosh and Elizabeth Paehtz versus Anna Muzychuk. So the game between Harika versus Goryachkina was ended with a draw. And in this World Cup, Irina, Vidit and Harika, they always go for tiebreaks. So actually,
wow.
I'm not surprised if the match could even go into like the Blitz section.
Yeah, well, right now, Jan Nepomniachtchi is in a must-win situation with black pieces. Now, I don't think it's hopeless for him. It's a 10-minute game, right? So, of course, anything can happen, especially given how fast he plays. I'm assuming Vidit is going to go for 1e4. Although he could go for 1d4, I mean, because it's not like Nepo is going to be that motivated to go for that isolated pawn position again. Yeah, his last game, his last effort against Nepo, I think was really, really good. He played a good game, but on the clock, he wasn't doing so well, and he still managed to win. So that's a big deal. And Anna Muzychuk also won with the black pieces. Elizabeth Paehtz has lost 2 games with white to get to this situation. And by the way, we have a Dutch defense on the board.
Yeah, d4, f5. Oh, so Nepo is going for some flying attack, and yeah, I think you shouldn't go asymmetrical way in a must-win situation, because it would be very easy for white to neutralize everything. And there is one funny trap here. You shouldn't go to g5, because then, yeah. You just go bishop g3, and after f4 there's e3. So that is one of the traps.
The checkmate on the diagonal.
So yeah, f4 is a mistake because there is e3. And yeah, now Ian is still thinking, so probably any move like
knight f6. Sure.
Knight f6, yeah, and then
pawn to e3. Yeah, interesting choice of the Dutch defense in this must-win situation. I mean, I can't call it bad. It's you know, quite a decent try. I think bishop g7 or d6, right? He went d6. And he's got the space over here. Perhaps Vidit is going to try to attack it at some point with the move h4. In fact, h4 is the most popular move in this position. So this really might happen. Of course, you can also go knight c3, and I think he goes knight c3 and c6.
right, and h4 is on the board now.
Okay, h4, rook g8. So we know that black is not going to be castling kingside.
Anything can still happen. Ian still can make a comeback, but obviously, and historically speaking, it's going to be very hard to come back with black pieces, especially if you already lost the first game like that.
Most popular move here was that trade on g5, and Jan captures back. White has opened up the h-file. Both sides are probably going to try to castle queenside in this position, so we might see something like queen d2, but I think that Vidit did bishop c4. And actually, he was attacking the rook, and Jan played d5 quite quickly, not really taking any time for that decision.
So where should this bishop go?
Bishop d3,
Bishop
probably.
d3, yes.
So we have a kind of a closed position, and now black has lost most of, I think, his chances to play the move e5, at least anytime soon, that black likes to do in the Dutch. And we have more of a stonewall Dutch type of structure. Of course, black's pawn is not there, but in a similar way, black has lost control of the e5 square, but he has the e4 square to work with.
Queen b6.
Queen b6 on the board. Let's see if this position has been reached before. This might already be a new position at this point. Now, what do we consider normal here? Queen d2, you can try to sacrifice that pawn. Or you could protect it, right, with like knight a4. Maybe even trying to go to c5 at some point.
a3.
He goes a3.
Tricky little move. So basically you cannot take because of knight a4. Bishop e6 is on the board very quickly by Ian. again, pressing the opponent's clock.
Yeah, bishop e6, right? It's definitely his trademark, is that he can play really fast. Okay, now if we go queen d2, there's still queen takes b2, so he probably doesn't want to allow that. And he also needs to figure out where he's developing this knight, right? And I would say maybe the main plan for black is like putting the knight here at some point.
So?
I think so. What do you think?
Yeah, that could be it. But I think black is in no hurry to do that, and just keep the knight on f6 for now. And now it's actually, where should you move the knight on g1? I think that f3 is a good move, but is there anything else?
Also, there's an interesting move f3 to actually cover the e4 square. And then just go knight e2. That's actually a very, like I would say, a safe way of playing things, you know, just to not let black play knight e4. So I like that move, but knight f3, they're going to play knight bd7.
Knight e5.
And then they're going to try to go knight e4. So you go knight e5, right? And even knight e4 here.
Knight e2.
Knight e2. So he's knight e2, knight d7 on the board. So is he now going to play f3? I mean, I feel like...
Yeah, I think he will, because if you put the knight on e2, yeah, I think you're most intent to play f3 now.
Yeah, I agree. So he needs to just make sure he doesn't get too low on time, right?
Yeah. And your dream position is actually to castle. So, but if queen d2 now, queen b2 is there. So
I like f3. I like f3. Let's wait for them to figure out what they're doing with their king, right? He's now 3 minutes behind on the clock. He needs to speed it up a little bit. This is not too complicated.
b4.
b4, okay. I don't know if that would be my choice. I think it's a little bit unnecessary to go b4 and allow knight e4. Yeah. So maybe it's a little bit overextending as well. I mean, I guess he has knight a4 to c5 ideas, and Nepo doesn't seem interested in this move at all for some reason.
Yeah, he's played bishop g7.
Bishop g7, okay. The thing is, b4 also makes it hard for white to castle queenside, so where is white going to be taking his king? Is he going to go knight a4 to c5? Is he going to go f3? He goes f3. Yeah, I think he should have done it on the previous move. Would have been a little more logical to me than having this pawn extended to b4.
Yeah, but white is in control, so white should be doing fine here.
Yeah, where's black's main play going to come from now that he can't play knight e4? Maybe a5, or what did he just play? King f7. Ah, he chose that square for his king. I guess it looks safe enough. And I don't think, somehow I don't think white's king is going to be going here in this game. But I feel like, okay, I feel like the position is unbalanced enough that actually it's not a bad outcome for Jan. You know, so, just as an example.
No, it's just some additional idea. Maybe there's knight a4, knight c5.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to look at that. Knight a4, queen d8, knight c5, right? And like, let's say I take. Let's say I take and I go b6. Like, I'm not really sure white wants any part of this. Because, you know, white's king is not so secure. His pawn is getting undermined. He's going for it. Well, we'll see. But we'll see how good this is. Knight a4, queen d8.
I think you should play knight c5 at this point, or you can actually wait, play queen d2 or something. No,
yeah.
He's gone for, what did he go? c3.
c3, okay. That's,
what does it do?
Stabilizes the center, I guess, in some strange way.
b6.
b6, okay.
Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Like, if you don't play knight c5 immediately, b6 is there. And now knight a4 is kind of a bit awkward.
Yeah. No, I mean, Nepo is definitely like doing a good job at just, you know, first of all, not clarifying anything, right? Not a single piece has been traded, only one pawn. There's still questions that Vidit needs to decide about where this king is going to go. It's actually, I would say, going in an ideal scenario for black. You know, 4-minute advantage on the clock and a lot of tension still in the position. So it doesn't, you know, again, when I say I like how this is going, it doesn't mean that like on the chessboard something bad is happening to white. It's just more like, you know, in a must-win situation, would I consider this to be a decent scenario or not?
Yep.
And I think it is.
I'm actually learning a lot by just watching all these top players facing certain moments of their match. Sometimes they have to win, sometimes they have to just make a draw, or sometimes they just have to, you know, keep the games alive like this. It's a lot of lesson to be learned.
Yeah, no, definitely. Seeing them in these situations, like you take away some ideas, right, about how to handle them if you face them yourself. So Queen C2, I like that move actually.
I like it too.
Because I didn't see that one
F5
coming. I didn't see that one. Everything was wonderful except I just realized the pawn is hanging.
Right, and how to handle that.
Yeah, how to handle that one is actually
not easy. It's not easy.
It's actually tricky. Oh, now I see the point of C3.
Now it makes sense. Yeah,
now it does. Oh, that was so tricky actually by Vidit.
And I think Ian missed it.
Wow, Jan definitely blundered that. I actually think he might just be losing that pawn.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, everything is so wonderful.
Rook h8. But you could just take it. Oh, no. Sorry, the rook is hanging. In fact, I think in this position, you could just long castle. Or king f2, either way.
Yeah, king f2 looks pretty good.
Or maybe even king d2.
Yeah, long castle is good. I mean, basically, you just need to
move the king.
You know, not blunder some kind of check on h1. Yeah, actually, so what was the bad move by Jan? It might have been that b6 he played a little too quickly. He maybe needed to figure out how he was going to deal with queen c2. Maybe even like queen c8. But yeah, it was an easy thing to overlook, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, c3 was quite tricky by Vidit. Okay.
And now Vidit is, rook f1.
Sorry, we're here.
Also, I think it's a good move.
It goes rook f1, okay.
Yeah, at some point you might actually play e4 and open this f file. That's very tricky for long term.
Yeah, that queen c2 move is quite painful for black on this pawn. Yeah, because I mean, how do you guard it? You can't like put your king on g6.
Even if you put it now, you play e4. I think that's the idea.
Yeah, well, you do put it. You play e4, and I think the attack is too much. All right. Well, Vidit right now is doing quite well. And let's see some other games. Oh my gosh, it looks like the game. Wait, no, that's
that's
an old one. That's an old one. Anna Muzychuk versus Elizabeth Paehtz is actually at least very sharp. And this is also a must-win situation for Elizabeth. She went for a Sicilian defense. And this queen b6 move early on. Anna reacting in a very aggressive way. And basically, well, they have a very exciting position on the board. This move f5 by Elizabeth, certainly unusual for these kinds of positions.
Very unusual.
You know, like weakening this pawn. That could really backfire, but on the other hand, right now she's threatening bishop takes e4 and queen c2, so there is a lot of play against the c2 point in white's position, and Anna is taking some time, so I would say, okay, she took the pawn, and now Elizabeth is going to take with a knight or the bishop, depending on which of these squares she kind of wants to target. They actually both look rather interesting. She went with the knight.
Yeah. Knight f6, in a way, it's attacking e4 and c2. So what could be the move here? Bishop d3? How do you protect both?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big threat, right?
Or even rook h2.
Maybe rook h2. It's a kind of a funny way to guard c2, but I rather like it.
And also, you know, removing yourself from the diagonal.
Yeah, the more pieces we get out of this diagonal, the better. So rook h2 is actually quite smart. Anna is under 5 minutes. Needs to find that move. And the problem for black is that their king is not very secure, and at some point there could be a move like knight d4 and landing on that
Bishop d3
square. Yeah, so she went for bishop d3. Could
instead
be
of
good.
rook h2.
Could be good as well, but does black have d5? That's what I would ask myself. D5 seems to be like very thematic. Elizabeth doesn't even think long. She's just like, yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not calculating. She's just
Sicilian intuition.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. She just goes for this intuitively.
Right. No, I mean, it's so thematic, and it's like all your pieces are supporting it. It seems like the perfect moment to do it. So I totally understand her there. And now Anna has a lot to calculate, because if she goes e5, then she's got to deal with the move pawn to d4.
Yeah,
I mean,
opening.
this one she can probably handle. But pawn d4, and it's getting crazy, which is kind of what Elizabeth needs, especially because she has more time and she needs to win. Right? Like, it's really hard to say what's going on in this position. She's attacking these two squares. But like, you know, let's say I take on e3, like, it's not very obvious to me why this is bad for black.
I think you can take on the pawn on g7.
Yeah, the pawn on g7 and rook g8, I guess.
I think I can even take f6 now, yeah, with the pawn. Because there's no attack on the queen side anymore.
Well, what's going on here? How many pieces have you given me?
A lot.
You only have a rook, right? You only have a rook. So, I mean,
this couldn't be working.
Yeah, I don't know. But there's some crazy stuff going on here. Basically, the point is, guys, this is going to be exciting. Anna is down under 3 minutes, and she is facing a very problematic move.
Queen g2.
Yeah, by the way, Goryachkina's game against Harika is at least quieter than this, so we're probably going to be able to come back to it. It does look like she's, I don't know, even if she's a little bit better, but we can take a look at that later. So Anna went queen g2. Okay, this is definitely a moment Elizabeth wants to just kind of stop and think. Because what happens if she just takes on e4? That's the big question, right? I mean, she obviously wants to take there. And on queen g7, there's rook g8, and then she's going to lose her bishop.
So maybe just remove the bishop from d3, not to do anything with the pawn on e4.
And then maybe we can even just castle. Do you think we can just castle and have a great position with an extra pawn? I think that's it. Yeah,
Yep,
Elizabeth is going for it. If Elizabeth wins this game, it's going to be just an incredible match, right? Because she's lost 2 in a row. It's very tough psychologically. And she just keeps on playing. And right now, she's got great chances. 5-minute edge on the clock. And she's better. She's better. So Anna's reaction, queen g2, was not the best.
Right.
Elizabeth is now up a pawn.
And she has to move the bishop. Otherwise, there's nothing else that she could do. Bishop e2 or bishop f1. Oh, she took.
Oh, she took on where?
Knight e4.
Oh, she took that pawn on e4. Wow.
That's so brave.
Okay, that is brave. But does it work? Because now a lot of things are happening here. And actually, the best move is getting rid of this bishop. You don't really want to let that happen, because that's more or less solid for white, right? But if you take on d3,
You have to take it with the pawn.
you take with the pawn, and now this bishop, I keep it, and so
Bishop d5 even.
yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen here. I mean, even I'm looking at knight e4 and queen c4. I mean, it's queen c6. Okay, she took that. Okay, now Elizabeth really needs to kind of figure this out. This is her best chance, because it's obvious that white's in a lot of trouble.
I like bishop d5.
You just like bishop d5 and then queen a5. You're just like that, yeah? And maybe even queen b7. I mean, I can see why you like that. You want the queen to come in.
Yep.
Very
the checkmate on a2.
Very interesting. Well, do I have something strong here like queen g7? Not saying I do. I don't, probably.
Yeah, they just check.
Check.
Takes on b3 with the queen.
And takes on b3 here. Okay, but Elizabeth decided to trade on e4, going for a different approach.
Knight e4, d4.
And then she answered quickly
Queen
with
c4.
queen c4. Yeah. So that is also very tempting. And looks like a good idea.
Yep. This might be a comeback, and this potentially a very big potential to be a comeback for Elizabeth.
I mean, this square is just so weak in her position.
Yep.
She has to be so careful now. If there's a check there, it's the end of the game. So now I would say what looks good to me. First of all, castles never looks bad. You can also throw in bishop f6. Like there's no immediate knockout actually, but the move castles is very logical. So if Elizabeth, she can just kind of play this position with these amazing bishops.
Mm-hmm.
And she played bishop f6. Okay, good. That is possible. By the way, it's important to notice that on this move, there's always a check. So it's very hard for white to really move anything here. Her knight is pinned, her queen is tied, her bishop is tied. Like all these pieces are tied up, and black's next move is just a castle.
Mm-hmm.
Or if she really wants, I mean, I don't know, maybe rook d8 is a more specific way to pile up on this knight. But it was a good choice. Bishop f6. So she got an absolutely brilliant position from the Sicilian opening.
Yeah. And the queen on g2 is tied to the e4 pawn. You cannot really improve it. I don't actually see how to proceed this as white.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think, Anna, she just kind of stayed true to her style. Didn't really make any adjustments. She went very aggressive, but it's, backfiring in a big way because she gave Elizabeth the kind of game that she needed too. And she's now a lot lower on the clock as well.
Yeah, we can see on the camera.
They're getting 10-second increments, right?
Yeah, 10 seconds for each move.
All right. Are we going to see a comeback in this game with the black pieces? How is, by the way, our boy Jan? Is he able to create any sort of play in his game? Well, it's definitely, exciting. He finally went a little lower on the clock, as his position really required some thinking, and it's just a mess. It's just a mess, right? Like something happened where Vidit's not up a pawn. Both kings are in the center. It almost looks like Fischer random chess, I have to say.
Yes, I agree. Rook h2 is on the board. Again, what move is that? Attacking g2. Man, yeah, this is complete mess.
I mean, it's a complete mess. And, okay, bishop g1. Okay, he's just kicking him away. Yeah, Jan missed that. He made a small facial expression that was like, oops, that wasn't the plan. Because now his rook has to move away.
Yep. So, wow, Vidit is in the verge of knocking Ian Nepomniachtchi out.
Yeah, if he can get through this game, I guess white is objectively not doing badly at all, but it's just so complicated. And, rook c7 by Jan. He's really gambling here. Look at that. He's sacrificing the exchange to be able to take that bishop and activate the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Gambling is not bad in a situation like this, right?
Yep. I think you have to do that because you cannot make it too peaceful for your opponent to make a draw. And do you think Vidit will take on h2 rook?
No, this move knight b5.
Knight b5.
He's played it, yeah. He's actually quite good, yeah? And I think Nepo might be losing both games because now he has got two rooks hanging. If he gives up an exchange, that wasn't actually the exchange that he wanted to give up, right? He wanted to give up that rook. Then he's going to be forced to give up the other one.
Yep, and rook h1.
Rook h1.
You could simply take on
Take on C7.
C7.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's down in exchange.
And probably rook c1 now with the idea of bishop e6.
Yeah, and really, he's not really making any threat. Like, actually, black still has no threat. He needs to get out with this knight, but then there's always bishop e6. I like rook c1.
Yeah.
Rook c1 is a good move. There seems to be some promise on the c file. And, yeah, Nepo is not really ahead on the clock in this game, which is unusual for him. But, you know, it's just that his position, I guess, was so bad. He took a lot of time to get here.
Oof, this is interesting match. So far, yeah, they've been playing interesting games. And, yeah, I guess my take is it's going to be 2-0 for Vidit. And bishop f2 is on the board. So Vidit didn't do rook c1. Also e4. I think e4 was also interesting. But I think Vidit just want to clarify this back rank.
So he goes bishop f2.
Just want to eliminate the rook.
Pieces.
Yeah.
Get rid of the rook.
Get rid of the rook.
And on this move, he'll probably just, I don't know, will he attack it again?
I don't think so.
No, because then that allows some sort of like maybe...
Yeah, another sacrifice there.
Yeah. So rook h2.
Rook h2.
Right? So what is Vidit's plan, actually?
We can play rook c1, actually.
Yeah, it's still a little unclear to me why he bothered with that bishop f2 move.
I understand. There was some idea with g4 and bishop h4. Maybe that's why he moved bishop f2 just to get rid of this potential check on h4.
I think that black had this kind of idea, yeah?
So now even a move like rook g1, I know it's a sad move to make, but I think white is still standing better.
But if you go bishop g1, could there be finally some sort of sacrifice like this? I mean, maybe it's winning for white, but it feels a little off to allow that, right?
And Ian would definitely go for that.
Meanwhile, I think Elizabeth Paehtz is very close to her comeback win. Okay, and Vidit did play rook c1 finally.
So now rook takes g2.
Rook takes g2.
Bishop
He's planning
e6.
this.
Yeah, he keeps taking everything.
By the way, he might not take everything.
Ah, tricky. There's good at 7.
He might even prefer that and then taking the queen for free.
Of course. Yeah, this would have been better. Wow.
So rook c1 is definitely lining up bishop takes e6. And Jan needs to figure out how to deal with that.
And he's played, what did he play? Queen somewhere. Queen d6.
Queen d6, okay.
Queen d6.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. So now, can white go e4 to try to go e5?
Yeah, why not?
If e4, well, we got to look at. Oh, he didn't do that. He went bishop g1. Okay.
You're playing safe there, not to allow any counterattack.
Maybe Nepo is gonna just take the pawn,
The rook h1.
sacrifice that exchange, and like have some strong bishops for the 2 exchanges. That would be pretty dramatic, actually. But he went rook h1, and
Vidit is still thinking.
On bishop f2, I don't know. Maybe you would think that Vidit would just play bishop f2. But there's other ideas as well. He could go knight c3, trying to go for e4 or b5.
Or you could go bishop b5 too. Oh, takes
Okay,
on
he
f4.
took.
Trying to clarify that.
Looks fine as well.
How do you take it back? Or do you take something else instead of f4?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you play g takes f4. Yeah, that's what Nepo did. And now can we finally start improving this knight that's on the side of the board? Okay, what did he do?
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
And rook h2 again. If he wants, he can repeat that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's repeating it.
Yeah, he finally got that
Yeah.
idea. And
Rook
Nepo,
h5.
Nepo says, no, we can't repeat in this game. Yep. So now maybe the time for the knight to come back?
Yep, because the pawn on d4 is not really hanging, does it?
Well, it's a little bit hanging. It's a little bit hanging, but the thing is, also, I mean, the white king is still in the center. I feel like anything can still happen.
He brought it back to c3. Knight c3,
Yeah,
knight f5,
c3.
knight f5.
Yeah, I feel like with this king, actually, and this time situation with Vidit getting close to a minute, I think that, like, anything can still happen here.
And it can still happen.
Yeah.
I agree. Knight b5.
Yeah. Queen b8, queen e7. Where is he going to go with the queen? He's still thinking. Knight b5 is a really good square for the knight, though. That's kind of a relief, I think, for Vidit to be able to get his knight there. That really helps him out. So queen e7. Bishop d3. What does he threaten? Does he want to take this guy? I don't think that's so much of a threat. I don't know if bishop d3 is that threatening. Maybe he just wants to use the c file for his queen.
Also bishop e4. Anything like that. Or maybe he's simply just taking on... Could it be taking on f5? I don't know.
Well, the knight is pinned now, maybe to bishop g6.
Right.
d4 pawn is protected. Yeah, he managed to make this queen more passive. This maneuver of the knight was a really good idea.
And he's getting time on the clock as well. And their time situation is kind of similar. But again, at this point, anything can still happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't blunder anything.
But yeah, white's king is still in the center, but he seems like he has enough control over the position. And I think it is kind of important that there's no like knight g3, that he was stopping that.
King g7.
Yeah.
And then bishop f2.
Yeah, you see how they're concerned about this knight g3 move, both of them. That's why Nepo tries to set it up by getting out of that check, and Vidit immediately tries to not let knight g3 be so dangerous, because then you can just go rook to g1.
Rook h2.
h2. Maybe he's just trying to win a little bit more time. What happens on bishop g1? Oh, there's bishop h4 check.
Be careful.
Oh, now you need to deal with that. Okay. Okay. So
Can you just take on f5?
Maybe rook g1.
Take on f5, queen e2. Nope,
Oh,
queen
c8.
c8.
Okay, that's a good move.
Oh, you might actually want to give the exchange back by playing queen d7, or even just rook
rook
7.
c7 is coming.
Yeah, that's the idea. e5? Is e5 a move? No, he's...
Oh, he comes back with the rook. Okay. Probably the right thing to do. Given
queen
how.
c7. Yeah, and now f4 is under attack.
Yeah, if he wins that pawn, that's a really big pawn to win, because it was an important pawn for black. I'm thinking Nepo is kind of running out of ideas here. He does really seem to be running out of ideas. These pieces are just too strong.
Yeah, so black has to just give up the pawn here, and then try to create some more ideas.
And
bishop
bishop
d5.
d5, yeah, and I think queen f4.
King d2.
King d2. He finally gets that king off the back rank. He wasn't even interested in that pawn. Interesting. Just doesn't really care about him.
Maybe because bishop g5, yeah? And that's...
yeah, there was... Well, bishop g5, yeah, there was queen g4, but yeah, I can see. Maybe he just wants to go rook h1, actually. He just wants to trade. He wants to completely neutralize.
Rook g2, or rook h2?
He just wants to completely neutralize these ideas. How about even... I would already start looking at like rook h1, rook takes, rook g1, but I guess you still have bishop f3 there.
Maybe you just play rook g1 here, just to stop
But then
it.
there's bishop f3.
It's a check.
Ah, it's a check when you take. Oh,
Yep.
okay. Yes, maybe rook g1.
Nope, he's taking on f5.
Takes an f5. Nepo took back.
And maybe rook e1 now.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do, right? There's knight
Yeah,
d6.
rook fe1, rook fe1. And you cannot actually protect d7. How can you protect it?
Yeah, it's kind of over, right? Rook
Yeah,
fe1.
rook fe1. Queen f7 and d6. Wow. It's going to be over soon.
It's going to be another one of the higher rated players knocked out.
Yes, I mean, rating-wise, it's an upset. Wow, Vidit is so close. Very close. And now, what did he do? Bishop e4. Yeah, he cannot afford of moving the queen because there's knight d6. And now bishop e4, trying to keep the game alive. But I think...
Yeah, Vidit is probably thinking about maybe knight d6 here.
Yeah, knight d6 check.
Yeah, knight d6. He's not in a hurry to take. He's threatening knight takes f5. He's threatening pawn takes e4. And that's the point, right? If rook takes g2, there's knight f5.
Yeah, there are just many threats on the board. And Ian played something. Queen e6 or... Yeah, it was queen e6.
Queen e6.
And then fe and rook g2.
Yeah, there's so many moves you could have done, but okay, fe.
Rook g2, and then rook g1, f3.
Well, white's up a rook, so I think the game is over.
Yep.
It's not like black has such amazing strong threats here, right?
Yep. Everything is neutralized. Yeah, you also have so many.
You can just take it and play rook g1, actually.
Exactly.
You just play rook g1 here. Okay,
you can play d5.
Pushing back the queen. What just happened? Bishop g5. Okay.
Check. You can play king e2.
King e2 looks fine. Yeah, staying on the light squares. I mean, he's down a whole rook. And bishop d4 is coming, and that's just kind of the end. Yeah.
And Vidit officially eliminated another rating favorite, Ian Nepomniachtchi, and he is through to the next round. Well done.
Let's take a look, because some disaster has happened in Elizabeth's game. She was completely winning, but right now, okay, I suppose she's better. She's going to win the h5 pawn, but she didn't get to checkmate the white king, and I think, things got completely out of control, but there's still a chance here because I'm not sure what white can really do to save this pawn on h5. And actually, she won the game.
She won the game.
She won the game. Wow.
So we have a tiebreak there.
Yes, and let's just take a look then at Goryachkina versus Harika is actually looking really interesting. Harika is battling to win with her extra pawn, but of course her bishop is not the best, and it's not that easy to use that extra pawn on the one side of the board. So queen c3, and Goryachkina still, of course, has chances to hold this. She played f6, I believe, and Goryachkina is pulling her knight back.
Yep.
It's not easy to win because the pawns are all on the same side, right? And the knight and the queen duo works pretty well, and it's a little bit, her king is a little weak, and these pawns can be a bit weak as well. But, I mean, given their time situation just over a minute here, of course, it's possible that the black can get a win here, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And as a black player, Harika has to keep playing because a pawn is a pawn. And in this time situation, she has nothing to worry about.
Yeah, and I think her idea here is to go bishop c6, and then like if knight d4, bishop d5, or bishop e4. I mean, if her bishop comes out, she'll get some chances.
Yep.
So queen a5 on the board. And the bishop is where?
f7.
Oh, it went to f7, really? Wow. So very solid, but very passive, right?
Yeah, and queen a7 is on the board.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about all of that, because with this passive bishop, that wasn't how I was expecting to win this endgame.
Yeah, well, what did she have in mind, actually, with that bishop?
Okay,
queen
she goes
check
on d1, king h2, and then back
to d5.
To d5. Okay.
So she's
maybe she wants
time.
to go g5. I think that, I don't know how good that idea is, but it's an idea.
Yeah, king g1 back. Queen d1. I think
the problem is
she's not interested in playing on. She just wants to take a draw.
Oh, wow. She just decided that this was a draw. Well, let's go back for a second, because at this point in the game, I thought we could at least try a bit. And why did this bishop go to f7? So she played queen d6, queen a5. And the big question for me is, like, what happens on this move? Could be bad. I mean, I understand there could be some tricks, but that would be
And queen a7 maybe.
Queen a7 and king h6.
And probably queen f7.
That's not so clear. We know from the Wang Hao game there is a threat of checkmate like that. Of course, there's also this as a threat. So I guess the point is...
If bishop f3, yeah. Ah, you can take
do you
it
want
first.
Me to, do you want me to threaten the checkmate first?
Yeah.
Show a little bit of accuracy here. Yeah, probably there's enough counterplay for white.
Yeah. I think that, objectively speaking, I think even though it was a pawn up, but it's very hard to play for win in that position. So while the players are taking rest, so we will have 2 tie breaks into the Blitz section, and both are from the women's section. Harika will be playing against Goryachkina, and Anna Muzychuk will be playing against Paehtz Elizabeth. So they'll be playing again in the Blitz section, so 5 minutes plus 3 seconds is even shorter. And let's see. I'm always curious about their opening preparation, whether they repeat or they'll play something different. So we will have our break before the Blitz section, so stay tuned.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Hey guys, the players are fighting for their entry to round 6 of this tournament. For the women, that would be the semi-final. So we've got 2 ladies matches going on right now, really hard-fought matches between Anna Muzychuk and Elizabeth Paehtz, with only decisive games between them today. And Alexandra Goryachkina versus Harika Dronovali, who just made 2 draws in the 10-minute portion.
Right.
And now we're on to the 5-minute, which is going to start in 30 seconds. So Elizabeth Paehtz winning today only with the black pieces. And, okay, now she's starting the first Blitz game with black as well. So what do you think? What do you think about these matches?
No, they're going to play another match of decisive games again, like they usually have in the classical, even in the rapid, and now in the Blitz. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting again. A C5, Elizabeth will go for the Sicilian for sure.
Okay, so they're on the Sicilian as well. She repeats Queen B6. Hopefully, she had a chance to kind of improve on her opening in the other game, because it was, let me see, a little bit dubious for her. I think this is the position on the board with the pawn on E6, and white having played bishop E2 and the bishop going out to B4. Okay. And bishop D2, and now, here's the Queen E2, threatening E5, bishop B4, bishop D2. Okay, I think we're
and
updated.
Castle.
Castles. Okay, so very sharp. It's actually definitely different from their previous game.
Yeah, because in the previous game, Elizabeth put the bishop on E7. Now she put it on B4. So a definitely different plan for black here. And she's gone for A6.
A6, okay.
F4.
F4, played by Anna.
Yeah. So just a friendly reminder, the players are currently playing 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And if the match is still tight, then they will go for sudden death.
Elizabeth just played pawn to D5.
Interesting.
The move that brought her big success in the previous game. And I think the point is that after E5, she is going to take, and plants the knight on E4. A typical idea in these positions. And if Anna takes, then probably she will just take with the pawn, and then her bishop opens up for that.
Yep.
For that skewer.
Nice find by Elizabeth. D5, yeah, always. 2 games already, and then this one is going, oh, yeah. Anna took it, so now the bishop on C8 is going to be very dangerous. Anna has to be careful in this position. Bishop can go to F5, bishop can go to G4. Actually, the direct attack is on G4, but F5 is equally good. Like if you, let's say, play H3, bishop F5, and then just on C2.
It feels like a good opening for Elizabeth, actually. Bishop E3, because, again, Anna in this open Sicilian, she's having a hard time kind of keeping control of the position, actually. And here, E4 is weak, G4 is weak, and okay, she cannot go D4, I guess, right, because of knight takes, but she could just go Queen C7. Where did she go?
Queen D8.
Queen D8, okay. And now is it knight to D4 or Queen to D3? I think Queen to D3,
Queen D3
is on the board. Okay. So white is saying that they're threatening to take the pawn. It's some kind of an idea. You could play
bishop G4.
Yeah, bishop E6 runs into that. Bishop G4, I like that. I like attacking the rook and just seeing where it's going to go. And she does it.
Yep.
Okay. And now white maybe will play bishop E2. Feels like it's not a bad idea to develop a piece. Playing quite quickly. We've only spent a minute to get here.
And also, yeah, most of black's moves, they are very, very obvious, I would say. Yeah, you just have to develop or attack, because you cannot really give some time for white to consolidate with the pieces. And Anna played bishop E2, bishop takes C3.
Okay, so she's going to double up her pawns, because now the white queen can't recapture. So she's got to take BC.
Or bishop G4.
Yeah, she did take BC. And okay, Elizabeth has got herself a very comfortable position. playing against these double pawns. I mean, now you can play rook e8. You can, how else? We can play rook c8. I mean, obviously you want to get your play going against these pawns.
Or just knight e4.
Is c4 an idea for white? Is like white going to try to undouble those pawns? Even that's very risky.
You know what? I will just...
Rook c8 is obvious, I think.
She played queen e7.
Queen e7. Okay, that's good too, using the pin. That's fine. And also, you never know, there could be a good check here one day.
Queen d3.
Queen d3. Is it a5 on the board, or what did she play so fast? She played something with her queen. Yeah, she gave a check instantly, and then she brought in her knight.
Yep, knight e4.
Well, obviously the pawn cannot be captured because of knight c3.
Yeah.
Maybe some kind of bishop c1.
Yeah.
Anna can do.
Bishop c1, bishop e2, yeah?
Well, maybe, yeah.
Actually, why not? Yeah, because...
Not terrible. I mean, I think the queen might be moving there.
Oh, you have to be careful with knight f2, actually.
Oh, knight f2, yeah? Yeah. Okay, so Elizabeth is, you know, getting closer to the white king. It's definitely a sharp game. You know what's funny is, like, there's a reason we focus on this game rather than the other one, because the nature of the games between Muzychuk and Paehtz is very different between Dronovali and Goryachkina, for the most part. I mean, they've had, like, one exciting game that Harika managed to win in the must-win situation, but their games are overall, like, much more positional, much more maneuvering, and I feel like we're going to have time to get to it when this one is done, right? So these games go after each other right from the very beginning.
Yeah, they go after each other's throat. Look at that, rook c8, trying to get something in the white's king. Bishop c1.
Yeah, bishop c1 is definitely the idea.
Queen a4, bishop b2.
Yeah, she transferred her bishop over to defend. It's kind of the best thing she has. And now the question is, okay, the bishop is ugly. How do we get a knight here? Or should we be doing some funny move like b5? I mean, I know at some point you can take the pawn, though, right? But still, b5 is an interesting positional move. I just need to get a knight on c4.
Or just rook d8, just keeping an eye on d5 first.
Rook d8, and I still can't go c4. Yeah, I would agree. Rook d8 makes sense. Defend d5. They're very close on the clock. And so much nerves going on at this point. It's just very hard to go through this, match after match after match, right? They're like, they played classical, they played 25 minutes, they played 10 minutes, and now we're down to blitz. I mean, it's just a never-ending ordeal, so it takes a lot out of the players.
Yeah, I'm just lucky to be behind this desk, not that one.
Yeah.
Rook f8, as we discussed, happened on the board.
Okay, so Elizabeth decides get all her pieces into the game. I like that move. Where is white's counterplay going to come from? I mean, if that move doesn't happen, obviously the bishop does a defensive role, but it's not a great piece. And I think, by the way, that knight a5 might be the next move, because, you know, getting the knight there would be game-ending. And if you take me, then c3 is going to be really weak. So I think this is certainly the big idea on the board for Elizabeth.
Yep. Anna has to be really careful now. She must decide whether to defend or to attack in this position, which is not easy. It's not a easy decision.
The problem is also with moving the f-pawn is that then there's knight e5 also comes with a tempo. So it's actually, doesn't really give her much chances for an attack. I would say looking at these games, going for these open Sicilian positions against Elizabeth, she's having trouble. This seems to be like Elizabeth's forte, which makes me happy as a Sicilian player for black to see the Sicilian doing so well, you know, giving her these chances to stay alive in the match when the white openings just were getting her nowhere.
Right. Yeah. This position is definitely comfortable for black here. But with the time situation, also Anna is not really ahead of Elizabeth. Queen f3 is on the board, just trying to figure out what it's doing there.
What is it doing? Yeah. Well, she might be trying to play f5 at some point. Knight a5 really looks like a logical move to me. I mean,
Yeah, and
you
she's
can't
done
really
it.
win the game, yeah,
Rook
without
d4, but then
clo-
it just allows knight c4, no?
Right, knight c4. Did the knight arrive there? I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, now the bishop is shut down, and that's a relief. You know, if I played the open Sicilian as white and got this position, I would feel very, you know, very sad about that.
Rook d1.
Yeah, which rook?
F.
Rook f d1. Okay, it's on the board. Yeah. This is not like white's dream scenario upon entering an open Sicilian.
Queen
Okay,
c6.
queen c6. So she decides that she can't really win the game right away.
But
Did
she
she just
could've-
blunder?
yeah.
Did she just blunder something on e4?
Yeah, queen
Did she
takes
just blunder?
e4. Queen takes e4 is there.
Oh no.
Elizabeth just blundered.
Oh no.
Elizabeth blundered and Anna took
Anna
it.
took it. Anna took it.
Wow,
Oh,
what a
wow.
turnaround. Blunder
Wow.
alert there because these players, they're so exhausted already. Not only
She just lost a piece. She loses
she
a
just
whole
lost
piece
a
from that.
piece. Yeah,
Loses a whole piece.
Knight takes b2, king takes b2, and c2 is protected. If queen
Yeah,
takes c3,
queen c3. Oh man, that was so costly. This queen c6
It is.
move.
oh,
She basically needed to give her king a square, right?
so you could just play anything, yeah, h6 or whatever, yeah,
Yeah.
just to have
I think
something
so.
for your
And
king.
she just missed queen e4, and tactics decide the game, most likely, right? King b1 is not a whole lot of compensation. I mean, Anna has a minute, but
right, and Elizabeth is not looking happy.
oh,
Yeah,
that's very sad. She had like the most dreamlike position. Well, you just never know.
yeah. So yeah, at this point, anything can still happen. So you have to really be aware of everything. You know, even when you're having like an upper hand position, you still have to be very careful, especially with the time situation like this. You know, you don't have really much time to think. And what's happening?
I mean, I guess she has a little chance. I mean, White's king is still weak, and there's still ideas of a4. I mean, I wouldn't resign here. Did she trade? She traded a pair
traded.
of rooks and this. Can you go a4 here?
I think
Or
a4 rook
there's-
c5. Ooh, a4 rook c5.
a4, rook c5, and another back rank tactic. So she needs to finally play something like h6 or g6, right?
Yeah, but I think now just rook
Then
takes
that pawn
a5.
is hanging.
Yeah.
Well, the extra knight,
Yeah,
it's worth a lot.
it is. It is an extra piece.
Yeah, she did play h6. Yeah.
Yeah, but now you can just take on a5, and there's almost nothing around the white's king anymore.
Yeah.
Or she's reaching something else. What could it be? Queen d3.
Queen d3. Okay.
But there is okay. Queen e1, queen d1. Yeah, because otherwise a4. Yeah, you can still play this, and then queen d1.
She wants to also trade the rooks.
Oh, that's true. Yep. But queen d1 also it's oh, king b2.
Yeah, you can go king b2 because on a4 there's rook d8, and then you.
No, this is lost. This is lost.
Yeah. Should we go to the other game?
Yeah, let's take a look at the other game.
All right, let's take a look at Harika, who's actually losing to Goryachkina. We're going to see a decisive game here, too. She's down 2 pawns now. It used to be 1. And I don't think this position provides a lot of dreams, for White surviving, yeah?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's almost hopeless.
Yeah,
Yeah,
once you go down to Blitz, you're definitely going to see decisive games,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, Elizabeth losing that position with black, it's just, it's very sad, to blunder a back rank checkmate, right?
Yeah,
Idea.
Totally. It might cost her the whole match actually.
Yeah.
Because blundering like that, yeah. And here also, White is kind of hopeless. 2 extra pawns forward for black, and the d3 pawn is a killer. And now 3 extra pawns.
And she won the b2 pawn too?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Harika is trying to stay alive, but how much time does Goryachkina have? She has 40 seconds?
Yeah,
Still.
Goryachkina is still ahead in time as well. And that game has ended. And now Muzychuk won the first Blitz game against Elizabeth
Yeah.
Paehtz. Yeah, their game will always be like this, all decisive.
Wow.
And also the second board, or even the first board.
Should we just show how this game went down between Elizabeth and Anna Muzychuk. So let's take a look. We had this position where white just doubled up. She was attacking this pawn. And, I mean, it's hard to imagine. I mean, now we see her point of going queen f3, right? So she saw knight a5 coming, and she wanted to actually have that square for the rook. So there was a point. And now, okay, let's talk about her threats. Her threat is queen takes e4 already. Like, it's already the threat. Elizabeth obviously thought the threat was rook takes d5, which is the secondary threat. Right, so now we need to figure out how, I mean, the thing is we have a lot of options, including rook e8, right? And we could even walk away from all of this.
Or if you want to pull the queen, pull it back to e8.
e8?
Yeah, because rook d5 will never happen, I think. Or can it?
Why not?
Because there's knight d2.
You have queen e1 or something? You have some big tactics planned for me? But there's bishop c1, trying to figure out. So, like, why can't I take?
Okay. So if I just take it simply, rook takes d5, rook takes d5, and then takes on b2.
Yeah. And I'm kind of thinking the same idea with, like, rook e8, right? So if you take on d5, then I can take on b2. And I think it's just game over. I mean, I like my queen on a4. I'm attacking a lot of different things in your position, right?
So d5 is, d5 you should never
d5.
take. Yeah.
So actually, rook e8 just it's a simple move. It seems to do the job. I'm getting out of all your tactics.
Getting away from the pin.
And, okay, I mean, I'm pinned right now, so I can't quite take your bishop on b2. But eventually I'll be able to. Right? Like, I can just move this queen somewhere. Maybe I'll move it to c6 next move.
Yeah. Or any move like knight a3 even, you cannot take it. Like,
knight a3, I'm still going to have to figure out how to win after king c1.
But yeah, I agree. After this queen just move, and then you have all this attack on c3.
So, I mean, it was really like a very bad position for white. Right? I mean, just weak king, horrible bishop, double pawns, like the knights are sitting on the outposts. Just bad, you know? And all you had to do was, like, see the point at rook d1 and be like, okay, can't blunder that. And unfortunately, she thought she's going to defend this pawn, and she just completely missed that capture. It is a very basic way to lose the game with a back rank tactic like that, because now you can't take the queen because you wind up down a piece in this position. Maybe she could have gone for this one too, but she didn't want to trade the queens right away.
Yes, I think keeping the queen alive on the board, I think it will give her more chance compared to that endgame. But yeah, it's such a sad finish by Elizabeth on this game, and the players don't really have much time to prepare for the next one, because in about like 3 minutes they will start their second game, and but now Elizabeth will take white pieces, so there might be some chance there.
Well, the problem is that it's not like things have been going very well for her with white. She tried d4. It was kind of London. That didn't work out. She lost that game. She tried e4 and then this, d4, early d4 and taking with the queen early. And that didn't really work out. And she got slightly worse endgame that she managed to lose. So I think she's in a difficult spot just because her white pieces are actually going so much worse than her black pieces. Normally for people it's a great idea. It's a great thing that at least they have white. For her, it seems like it's the opposite.
Right.
She really did so well with the black pieces. All her openings worked out, all of them. And she could have, won the match with, I think, her black games. But the white games have been a problem, so she needs to turn that around and just play a good blitz game.
Yep, we'll see. And what about the other game? Can we quickly take a look, because we didn't really see it?
Yeah, let's take a look.
It should be done.
Yes, I'll find it right here is our game between Harika and Goryachkina. And okay, Harika played. Oh, she played knight of 3. I thought she had played like e4 when I saw this position, but she actually repeated this line. That's why it looked like an e4 opening, because black was allowed to play e5. And, well, giving up the center, I guess, didn't work too well. Rook e1, h6. Black has a comfortable position. I mean, black has more space, has the bishop pair. There's really no problems. Where did it go, like, really wrong? Like, it's not looking great now. No. Doesn't look that good.
Yep.
But still not hopeless, obviously. She hasn't lost any material. Black eventually pushes d5. Okay, there's a big trade. She was hoping to get some pieces off the board. And she has significantly worse endgame here. I mean, significantly worse.
So this is how things went downhill.
This
I see.
Yeah, this is already... Yeah, this is downhill. We're already close to the bottom of the hill here. Yeah.
And I think they're starting soon, so let's quickly...
Yeah, okay. And Goryachkina, her technique was good enough.
Yeah. Definitely quite a balanced game in the opening, but then, she took over the control and won a bunch of, like we said, 5 million pawns on the board.
Well, how are you guys enjoying these tie breaks? We can ask our chat. Pretty exciting day going down to all the way to the Blitz games.
And
they have just started.
They just started, yes.
Okay.
So we can take a look at this game, I guess, because this is going to be another exciting game, I guess.
All right. Elizabeth changes her opening again. Good idea. She goes for this. And, okay, why not? It's less theoretical. So Anna just played pawn c6. She's going for the Moran setup. And after...
Bishop d6.
After which move did Elizabeth play?
b3.
b3. Okay, b3, bishop d6.
Bishop b2.
Bishop b2 on the board. Okay.
e5.
e5. Yeah, that's ambitious. She's basically... There's a line where you can take on d5. She'll take with the pawn. And now knight b5, yes, and knight c6. And actually, I've played this once. Sabina Feuchert played this line against me. And, black gets the center in exchange for the bishop pair. It's not easy for white to show an advantage here. Black is solid. But, it's playable. I'm pretty sure I just played like bishop e2.
Yeah. Are there any other moves, like probably d4, going knight e5?
That's right. That actually is an idea as well in general. It's kind of like more forcing. I remember I wasn't so sure about that. Bishop b5, I'm not so sure.
Knight d7 or e4.
e4. She just plays instantly. Okay, knight d4 and
knight
then
d4.
Probably bishop d7 will be played. But, we got the d4 square. We made the pawn move forward. Maybe we can even go back to e2.
Yeah, and the bishop on b2 is now a very strong bishop. Yeah, you never know.
Bishop d7, I think.
Just move back the bishop.
Move back. We don't want to trade everything. We
and g4.
Yeah,
that's possible.
We're just stopping you from going knight g4.
Yep, and she's done it.
Okay, so bishop d7 on the board, bishop e2. All right, well, so far, at least I like how this is going for white for now.
But black is very solid as well.
Yeah.
So even knight e5 now stopping g4. I don't know.
But I have ideas like maybe castles, maybe even f4. I mean, the point is that white has ideas and there's pieces on the board to play with.
Right.
So, and you have the bishop pair.
And she's played it, knight e5 and f4.
Knight f4 is already on the board.
Yeah.
Wow, already. Oh, Elizabeth is fearless. Okay, she's going knight f3. Okay. I guess there's going to be a trade now.
Yep.
And bishop takes. And, okay, bishop pair advantage. She's counting on this bishop to be powerful in the game, the b2 bishop especially.
Yeah.
So castles. I mean, there is something to work with here. I can see this queen going to e1, the queen coming to h4. This bishop is not that impressive. I mean, yeah, there's something to work with. I mean, if you got a must-win situation, you can't really complain about how this opening has turned out.
Right. But also, I think black is, black always has some other replies here that equally good. You can just castle and then put the bishop on f5 to e4, for example. And yeah, she just castled.
And by the way, Harika went for, again, like a very closed position.
There's some hippo. It started with some hippo.
Super closed. You know, there's something that she seems to be going for when she needs to win. So it's very locked up for now. I think this game is, this is a way more open position. So we're going to stick with this one. And we'll check in with Harika a little bit later. So knight e4, very logical by Anna. And by the way, she wants to play f6. She wants to close up that bishop, kind of neutralize it. And in general, I like that move a lot.
But what happened after d3 here?
D3. Well, maybe knight g5.
Knight g5, yeah.
But I agree that we need to think about how to get rid of this knight because it's so powerful. And we can't take it with the bishop because that's like absolutely the wrong strategy. So d3, knight g5, maybe the knight can even come to e6. It's a little problematic doing a move like that.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, because now this pawn is weak, right?
And black just want to trade as many pieces as she can because using the fact that you just needed a draw in this game.
Yeah, so actually knight e4 makes me think like, okay, black has a kind of a clear plan of action, and it's a little tricky for Elizabeth to have a good plan here. So she went rook c1. I don't know if that is going to change much.
Rook c1 might be met with rook c8. Again, change all the stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, she did rook a8.
Anna goes for rook c8, just going for the trays on the c file. What did she do?
Queen e2.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, definitely black is solid here.
Yep. And what's there? There's a move. Oh, f6. Yeah, f6.
Yeah, that's what exactly the move that her position needs, closing up this bishop. Okay, so the power of this bishop has been kind of neutralized.
Bishop d4.
And then there might be seeing a pawn on b6 or a6. I mean, you could go a6 and then bishop b5 ideas.
You can leave it because there is rook c1 and then queen a3, some idea like that.
Yeah, but I think she actually might like this move a6. And
yeah,
she
a6
did it because she has this bishop b5 idea.
Yep, looking good for black.
Yeah, it's looking a little too solid for black. You know, so how do you destabilize this? The bishop has been neutralized, and the problem is when you kick the knight, it goes there and then it goes there, and we're just left with weak pawns. So by the way this game is going, I guess I have to say that I don't see white winning.
No, it's going to be very hard to win this unless there is a blunder happening on the board again.
Yeah, you need to find a way to like open things up or create some sort of problems, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult to avoid either the bishops of opposite color or the destabilization of this bishop on e6. And she traded and went queen h5. And I don't know where she's really going with that. Now we have bishops of opposite color. And, I mean, okay, she's threatening that, so maybe she's hoping for that skewer. But what if black just takes and plays rook c8? Oh, there's a checkmate.
No, the queen f8.
There's queen f8, but... Yeah, I guess maybe she can consider that, but I think she went for something else. She went for maybe queen e6 and h3. Okay, so she's stopping queen g4. Rook c1, rook c1.
And now, yeah, rook c8.
c8 and...
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3. She doesn't want to trade. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot in this position. I'm sure she knows that. But... You know, she might be going, I don't know, one day even g4, g5. Wouldn't be shocked.
And she's gone for bishop c6.
Rook f1.
Queen h4.
h4, okay.
Oh, it was bishop b5, not c6. Sorry.
Okay, bishop b5. We can't really see where the queen went. Oh, here it is. Here's our updated position. The bishop's on d3. It's not letting the rook come into f1. And she goes queen f4 and h5 by Anna. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have anything to work with here is the problem. She needs an open file. She needs something for this rook to do. Well, you know, go king h2, go rook g1, and go g4.
Yeah, she's done it.
Yeah, she's going something
king
like
h1.
that. King h1.
But I agree. King h2 maybe is a better move.
Yeah, it's fine. King h1 is all right. Rook g1 is coming next.
King h7.
Just watch this rook g1 happen. She might... Yeah, she's going to go rook g1.
Yeah, be careful there. After rook g1, there's like rook c5. I think this is king h7 is preparing rook c5. And then just take over the 5th rank like that.
Yeah,
you can play
that's
rook
clever. Maybe,
rook f5, rook g5. Yeah, g4.
No, g4 immediately.
G4, rook c5.
Oh, rook c5.
Yeah, very energetic
move.
move by Anna. Yep. And rook g1.
Rook g1, yeah.
I think you can stop it by playing rook g5.
Really, yeah, you really need like a miracle here, actually, as white. To win this game, I think it takes a miracle.
No, she didn't play that. She played bishop e2.
Okay.
You cannot take on h5 because h3 is hanging. And king h2. See, the king was better on h2.
Yeah, it was better. But now rook g5 is going to happen.
Yeah, rook g5
mean, it's just
for sure.
so obvious. Too obvious to not be played. And now we're just getting trades of pieces which completely doesn't satisfy white. You know, can you imagine that this match could be decided on the queen takes e4 blunder? But that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, apparently it is. It is the decisive move, and a very saddening blunder by Elisabeth Paehtz.
And by the way, Goryachkina versus Dronavali manages to reach the most closed position ever seen.
You just have to put a rook or something on c4.
And I don't know, and Harika actually needs to win that one. And she actually, I see she's giving up a pawn to try to open things up a bit.
Right.
But this game between, let's go actually to Goryachkina versus Dronavali. Dronavali just played c4. And
you have to take it, right?
Well, she didn't take it, actually. She didn't take it. She went back. Maybe she thinks she's going to take it later. And then she just did bishop b4. I mean, her position is so good that, I mean, like, I don't know how Harika can really play for a win from this one. Yeah, here's our current position on the board. Rook c2. And what did Harika play here?
Rook b5.
No, after I already have that. I think Harika played a move because Goryachkina is thinking.
Oh, rook c5 back. Rook c5
Rook
back.
c5 back.
Offering the exchange. Yeah.
She's offering the exchange. Well, why not? Why not? But of course, white should take it. But I don't think she does.
No, she didn't. She played king a2.
She just doesn't want to do anything. I mean, she could absolutely take it and take the a4
and
pawn.
It's a draw, I guess, or it's a draw on the game between Elisabeth Paehtz versus Anna Muzychuk.
Anna Muzychuk goes through.
Anna Muzychuk goes through to the next round, to the semi-final, and will be competing for the spot in the candidates.
Very dramatic match between them. But the blunder in the previous game was very costly. All right, so let's see what happens. Was there a trade? I think there was a trade. Rook c7 on the board. Some more pieces are getting traded. And of course, you know, Harika has a very bad bishop here.
So you just take on d6, right? Take on d6, take on c4, queen f3, bishop e5. I think Goryachkina is thinking about it. And she has less than 30 seconds on the clock.
No, she doesn't want to risk anything.
Yeah,
she
played so safely here.
She just has this position, and you know, she'll play like bishop d2 probably.
Yeah,
she played king b1.
King
like,
b1.
She's not going to do anything. That's the point. That like black can't really do much. Probably she'll play b5, but like she still can't really move her bishop. Her bishop can never attack anything. So winning this position as black is going to be very hard.
b5 is on the board.
b5, bishop e1.
The king is somehow on c2. You can just update the... Yeah, queen h3. But if
Queen
she plays
f2.
too safely, then it might cost her here. So you still have to be
Yeah,
objective.
but she's kind of trapped this queen, that this queen will never be able to come out, right?
Queen h1.
Right, but the queen, does the queen ever come out?
There's bishop b6 at some point if needed be.
Yeah. I agree. She's playing a little. She doesn't have a lot of time, actually, Goryachkina.
No, she has to be careful. If she allows this, then if the bishop on c7 somehow gets to d4, then Harika might be
What was
winning
the
it.
final move? She just played bishop b4. Okay. So there's no bishop b6. Yeah, of course, Goryachkina's got everything under control. But the time situation is not amazing for her. And she just played
Some king moves.
bishop d2, bishop b8, okay. So Goryachkina's going to go back and forth with that bishop.
Mm-hmm. And now actually threatening queen b6. So queen h. Oh, no, she just goes for this bishop b4, bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop b4 on the board, I think.
Yeah. And just she's just gaining time like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, not a lot of time. They only gained 3 seconds. Like, she still only got 16 seconds. But so far, nothing has really changed on the board, yeah? They're just kind of moving back their pieces.
Yep. Maybe we can have just the whole camera.
Yeah, we can have the whole camera on it because, I mean, right now, there's, like, no change on the board at all.
They're just moving the pieces
Okay.
around. Okay, queen a1,
queen
maybe
A1.
queen a2, queen b3. Maybe that's the idea. But yeah,
Queen
you can always
E2.
stop it. Queen a2 and then
And
queen d3.
right.
Yeah,
And also, by the way, you might accidentally win the b5 pawn.
that's true.
That's why she went back.
Yeah, queen h1, queen f2.
Queen f2, she's kind of staying. She's going to move back and forth with the bishop. It's got 21 seconds now. Evening up with Harika.
Yep.
Because Harika is the one who needs to win, but currently there's no plan.
You know,
And
you can already
Queen e2 again.
you can already count for this 50 move rule.
Now,
Because-
if you take on b5, there's the queen b3, so she doesn't want to allow that. She doesn't let the queen in anywhere. Safety
And then she goes
first.
back to e2 now, I
Queen
guess.
E2.
Yeah. Oh, d1, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
And what
clever.
happens? She just goes to d3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this queen is not really getting out, I think.
And don't just move the bishop or, yeah, the king is also the...
No,
Yeah,
because on queen
nothing's gonna be happening.
queen a1, there's queen b1. She's just going to trade the queens, actually. Yeah, she went for safety first and not really giving Harika much of a chance with that horrible bishop. I think, you know, yeah, if you want to get chances to win, you need to have more than that kind of piece on the board.
Yeah. And also the king cannot really go out because the c file is kind of open and it's actually very dangerous. Oh, now she took the pawn on b5. And since the king is on c1, there is no good...
Queen b3,
queen b3,
back.
yeah.
Queen back to e2, so okay.
Queen b3 and I
Queen
think
E2,
back to
okay.
e2.
So white just won a pawn for free pawn. Completely free. If Harika keeps going like this, she could lose, but I think Goryachkina she's not trying to win. That's the thing. I mean, Harika will just keep playing this forever.
And you can put the king back to a1 now to avoid any checks.
Yeah. Her bishop is still on b4, really stable.
Yeah.
And yeah, she could go king a2, king c2, queen d3,
Queen c3.
c3,
Yeah, they should be winning for Goryachkina now.
queen d3. He's just going to go. She's not going to let that queen kind of...
You can actually go back. Yeah, king b1.
Yeah, maybe hold the king on a2. Oh, you don't need to put the king on a2. You can have it on.
Okay, the only hope for Harika is about the time situation. I mean, at some point, okay, it's almost impossible, but at this point, you know, you might actually think too long on one position and forget about your time.
Yeah, or I mean, or if she manages to win the f3 pawn, like if somehow white's queen lets go of that pawn. But Goryachkina seems to, you know, just want to keep that queen back, you know, back and forth.
What happened if queen c8 now? Queen
Oh.
c6.
Queen c6.
I like queen c8 better.
Okay, she took because the king is on f6, right? So
yeah,
she's,
using the fact.
yeah,
And now
she's-
there's nothing much actually. Yeah, the only check that she has is queen d1 and d3, but there's nothing really
she doesn't have time to take an f3. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just a draw. And
Harika will probably just allow this to be a draw.
So Harika has to accept this perpetual, and and it's a win for Goryachkina, and she is through to the semi-final.
Yeah, Harika, you can see the disappointment. You know, losing in the Blitz game and not actually making it to the candidates. And I don't remember her playing in the last candidates.
I think she played, no? In the...
You think she played?
Oh, candidate.
In the candidates.
I think she was in pregnancy that time, maybe.
Ah, okay.
There was a time when she's not playing much.
That would be so disappointing for her to actually miss out on the chance. So we could have two Indian, you know, in the open and the female sections.
It compensates. There are 4 Indians in the open section for the next round, although there's there's nobody, there's no Indian player in the women's section. Yeah, it's kind of like a bittersweet day for Indian chess fans today.
Is it over? Hold on. It is
over.
I can't believe it. I feel like, okay, we're going to come back in a few minutes to see the next batch of games, guys.
No, it's over. It's over, yeah. So to summarize, in the open section, Vidit Santosh won the match against Nepomniachtchi. And in the women's section, 3 tiebreaks today were won by Salimova, Goryachkina Alexandra, and Anna Muzychuk. So those through to the next round. And tomorrow...
we saw some amazing blunders.
Amazing blunders.
I would say the big blunders of the day were certainly Polina Shuvalova kind of messing up her pawn promotion against Nurgul Salimova in that first game, and then Elizabeth blundering the back rank mate. So let's take a look at the tournament table.
Yes, and we have a complete tournament table for tomorrow. We will have a very, very, very exciting matchup. I'm really looking forward to this. Magnus Carlsen will be playing against Krush, and Nijat Abasov, the only Azerbaijan player in the field, will be playing against Vidit Santosh, who just defeated Ian Nepomniachtchi. And we will also have an all-American clash between Fabiano Caruana versus Linear Dominguez. Also all-Indian clash between Erigaisi Arjun versus Pragnananda. So, yeah, quarterfinal will be very interesting. And we have 4 Indians in the field. It's amazing. It's amazing achievement by
4 Indians out of 8, right? Yeah. Like 50%. Those statistics are certainly crazy. But we have Magnus Carlsen still in the field. I think that's exciting too.
Yep.
And our semi-finalists on the women's side. Zhang Yitan going to be playing Alexandra Goryachkina. Both of them have played in Women's World Championship matches. And Anna Muzychuk playing Nurgul Salimova. Nurgul Salimova fighting her way into the semi-final. She's the least known player out of all these 4, but she is here. And, it's going to be fascinating matches.
Yep, and those ladies will be competing for 3 spots in the candidates. So the top 3 finishers in the Women's World Cup will be given a spot in the women's candidates in Toronto next year.
Yeah, and I know people have this question of what happens if, let's say, Goryachkina gets one of those spots, right? And she might also get
from the Grand Prix.
From the Grand Prix. And so the answer to that question is it actually doesn't go to the 4th player here. It is going to the highest player by rating. So actually,
per January 2024.
Yeah,
that's very important.
Yeah, January 2024 ratings. So it's actually quite important. The fight for 3rd, 4th place will be very important here because that's right. Even after these matches finish, there's going to be a match for 3rd, 4th place.
Yes, yes.
That's the unusual thing about this, actually. Usually it's like, well, there's a knockout, so those people go home. But no, there's going to be a finals match, and then there's going to be a match for 3rd to 4th place here for that final candidate spot. So there's actually going to be a lot at stake.
Yep, indeed. And I think that's it for today. And I think we can say our goodbye for today.
Yeah, I'm so sad. I'm so sad to say goodbye to you guys because it has been a really exciting day. And I think these ladies have generated a lot of drama for us today. And, of course, Vidit had a great match, I think, against Nepo. He took out one of those top dogs. So
yes,
congrats to him.
It was due to his brave decision not to repeat the moves. Yes.
Yeah.
So kudos to Vidit for that.
That's right. That's the way to beat Nepo. You got to decline the repetition.
Sure. Yes. So Irene and Irina will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Baku, Azerbaijan local time. So see you in the semi-final and quarterfinal of the Women's World Cup and World Cup 2023. Thank you for watching, guys.